Estoy en el canal 1, número 1, canal 1. ¿Escuchan bien? Hola, hola. Hola, hola. Sí, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hola, sí, hey, check. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Hola, sí. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hola, sí. Paso al otro canal, Hola, sí. 1, 2. Estoy en el canal número 1. Canal número 1. Canal número 1. Hola, sí. Hola, hola. 1, 2, 3. Canal número 1. Hola, sí. Y ahora canal número...
Estrechamente con redes internacionales, ONGs y gobiernos. ¡Epa!
Opa.
Hola, wow. Hello.
Dale,
One, two, three.
dale, vamos.
Y gobiernos en proyectos de ciencia y tecnología para abordar problemas de contaminación de suelos, agua y mitigación del cambio climático. Además, participó como experto en múltiples proyectos internacionales, aportando su conocimiento en gestión de riesgos, tecnologías avanzadas y protección del medio ambiente. Su trayectoria demuestra un compromiso continuo con la sostenibilidad y la innovación tecnológica para enfrentar desafíos ambientales a nivel global.
Bueno, y sumo un dato más, y es que él se define como un tipo simple, hijo de panadero. En sus propias palabras, un inquieto integrador de los mejores conocimientos para encontrar las mejores soluciones. Y otra cosa es que esta persona lleva como su bandera la idea de que las respuestas a los problemas siempre están repartidas entre muchas personas de sectores muy diferentes. Algo con lo cual desde Aapresid nos sentimos muy cómodos y muy identificados porque también es nuestro norte. Aplaudimos al primer orador, con ustedes, Enrique García.
Muy bien. Hola,
¿Vamos?
Enrique, bravo.
Bueno, se sale, ¿verdad? Vamos.
Ahí bajamos.
Ahí bajamos, tuqui.
¿Dónde nos sentamos?
¿Dónde nos sentamos cuando nos bajamos?
No,
¿Vamos para allá?
Bueno,
Bien.
no importa, ahí no se va a mover tanto. Ahí lo siento mejor, era atrás lo que me molestaba. Dale, gracias. Bueno,
pasó Enrique, volvimos. Bueno, la persona que va a entrar ahora, podemos definirla como empresaria y artista.
No decimos nada cuando volvemos.
Bueno, gracias Enrique, la verdad que fue un placer escucharte.
Aplausos,
baja.
Y ahí seguimos, bien.
Bueno, la persona que vamos a presentar ahora es empresaria y artista. Y hace muy poco tiempo en una entrevista le preguntaron si estaba lista para romper el hielo y ella contestó: estoy para derretirlo lentamente. Flor, ¿me querés hacer el honor?
Sí, por supuesto.
¿Está bien dicho esa frase? ¿Me querés hacer el honor? ¿Haces el honor?
¿Hacemos el honor?
¿Hacemos el honor?
Sí,
Flor.
¿hacer el honor? Sí,
Flor.
Sí, está bien.
Sí, está bien. Flor, ¿me querés hacer el honor?
Sí, creo que no hay mucho más para agregar. Como diría el chino Darín, si la defino, la limito. Así que le damos la bienvenida a Soledad Pastorutti.
Sí.
Soledad Pastorutti, ¿no?
¿Lo decís vos o lo decimos juntos?
Sí, lo digo yo, pero no sabía si la Sole,
porque
Soledad,
me mirabas como... ¿Qué me
Soledad
estás esperando que te...?
Nombre completo, entonces.
Kika, ¿estás por ahí? ¿Soledad o Soledad Pastorutti?
¿Cómo la presento? Le damos la bienvenida a Soledad Pastorutti. Listo. Es un montón. ¿Ahí está? Hola.
¿Estamos?
Hola. Sí.
Ojo que están las gráficas todavía no están las gráficas que van.
No. ¿Las pueden poner?
Lupa. Ojo que no están las gráficas. Está Agus. Está Agus ahí. Listo.
Donde demos sala, avisá que ya salimos.
Cada vez que nosotros bajemos, que sube un orador, ¿dónde nos sentamos?
Ahí estamos marcándole las
Listo,
visitas.
dale.
Cosa de que Bien, perfecto. Bueno, la persona que voy a presentar ahora es agricultor, ingeniero agrónomo, investigador y con una potencia creativa tan fuerte que lo llevó a posicionarse como uno de los enólogos más importantes del mundo. Dice él mismo: el trabajo del enólogo es un estilo de vida que gira en torno a la naturaleza y el amor al trabajo, y que para elaborar un buen vino hay que sentirse parte de ese lugar. Con ustedes, el enólogo más prestigioso del país, le damos la bienvenida a Alejandro Vigil.
Ahí ya yo no voy a estar acá. Voy a estar sentada.
Claro.
Listo.
Sí.
Voy yo. Bien. Bueno, vamos con el siguiente. El siguiente orador es... no lo nombro, ¿no? Primero, no lo nombro.
¿A quién?
Claro, porque arranco claro.
No hay que decir, porque, claro, Gervasio ya es de la casa.
Claro.
Después le haría... If I... Fly me to the moon.
Entonces, él es ingeniero agrónomo para la Universidad de la República de Uruguay. ¿Esto está
¿Querés ir,
bien?
Flor? Dale,
¿Es
vamos.
ingeniero agrónomo por la Universidad de la República de Uruguay? No sabía eso.
¿Lo pasó él?
No sé. Kika. ¿Dónde está Kika? Ah, consulta.
¿De dónde sacaste esa info?
Estaba acá. Lo que está en la descripción de Gervasio, ¿lo pasó él? ¿Esto es universidad?
Sí.
¿Sí? Ah, no sabía.
Ah, no teníamos el dato de que eran...
Ah, no sabía.
mirá.
No tenía el dato.
No sabíamos el...
Ay, por la Universidad de Buenos Aires, actualmente profesor asociado de la Facultad de Agronomía de la Universidad de Buenos Aires y profesor titular libre de la Facultad de Agronomía de la Universidad de la República. Es además investigador principal del
CONICET. No, pero lo dice... Es lo primero que decimos.
Él ya es de la casa, es coordinador de la red de cultivos de servicio.
En la mitad. No tengo el celu. Bueno, la persona que van a subir ahora seguramente ya la hayan visto en algún momento. Hace unos días se iba caminando por la... Hace unos días yo iba caminando por la calle después de salir del rural y me encontré con un grafiti en la pared que decía: la mejor forma de argentinizar en ideas no concretándola. Una frase de Federico Manuel Ramos, un artista argentino, que me dejó pensando en peleándome con la frase porque... Basta menos... Bueno,
Opa,
¿arrancamos?
arranquemos nomás.
Bueno, bienvenidos a todos. Como pueden ver, este es
Welcome, everyone. Today's format it will be a bit different from what you've seen in the rest of the Congress. First of all, welcome, everyone. My name is Florencia, and this is Lucia, and we will be joining you in these 10 talks under the name Aaprender Talks. The Aaprender Talks, for you to know, are a space for exchange with 10 speakers where we seek to rethink the concepts of countryside and city. We're talking about rethinking the concepts of city and countryside. And we seek also to reflect upon the motivations that have led us to work on agricultural production. I would like to also tell you that through these talks, we seek to promote a new project that we have in Aapresid. Do you want to tell us a little bit about this? Welcome, everyone, to this third day of Congress. I hope you're having a good time, and thank you for joining us in these series of talks that will take place this morning. You're probably wondering what Aaprender is. Aaprender is an Aapresid project from Aaprender Institute, whose goal is to discuss the pillars, the mission of the institution, what no-till farming is, and we decided to do this because with the 10 speakers that we will have today, we will be sharing some life stories, other technical things, a lot that has to do with the story of this institution and the relationship between countryside and city. I would also like to say that people are following us on streaming on the website of the Congress, and I would like to make some recommendations as well. Okay, yes, let's make some recommendations, the usual ones. Please put your phones on silent mode. Please respect the speakers and the rest of the people who are listening. And regarding photos and videos, you can take as many photos and videos as you want. I think that cell phones have become an extension of our hands, but please do it without flash so that we don't bother the speakers that will be here on the podium. And it is allowed, but we invite you to put it in your pocket and enjoy a little bit this present moment with the speakers. So we will present the first one. The first speaker is CEO and co-founder of We2 and Byontek Argentina with more than 30 years of experience. He is an expert in the environment, and he has worked very closely with NGOs, international workers, and NGOs to deal with issues of soil contamination, waters, and climate change mitigation. He has also participated in several international projects with advanced technologies, environmental protection, and he has a full commitment with sustainability and technological innovation to tackle environmental challenges globally. He defines himself as a simple guy, a son of bakers, and he is a restless integrator of the best knowledge that exists to find solutions and find the best solutions. One more thing is that the solution to the problems are not just in one person, but the response to problems is precisely in the integration of multiple stakeholders that can share their view to solve a problem. This is why we feel fully represented by Aapresid, and this is our north, our guiding light, our community. It's like no one knows as much as those who are in the countryside. So big round of applause for Enrique García. Thank you. When I was told that I had to come here to talk about my experience and try to talk about the famous digital gap or digital divide, and with the motto of this Congress being everything is connected, I remembered something that happened to me a while back. My training is in biology, and I spent a lot of time in the lab chasing little birds. And every time I had to talk to someone, I had to try to pin him down, send him a letter, wait for 6 months until they responded. And the technology, all we had was, a notebook, and we had to wait and be patient. When I had my first prior job 27 years ago in a mega company that called me because there was a big environmental problem affecting people in the Rio Colorado basin, I realized that I needed a lot of support to understand the problem and solve it. That support was in academia, in researchers, and other areas as well. So what I told that company was, we need to connect. And that company, a company that did things very well, brought a computer from the United States, a UPS, a satellite phone with an antenna that had to be displayed to have the connection with a lot of noise. And that's how we went into the countryside. In 1985, first cell phone communication, first cell phone, which was a 5-kilo suitcase. And recently, talking to a farmer who lives very close by, he wanted to show me some images that he had on his phone for the state of his corn. And he said, I have a fantastic one. He was next to me 100 kilometers from Buenos Aires, or a little less, at Expo Agro. And he could not share the image with me. There was no internet. And if we had internet, it got cut off all the time. Many of you are probably, walking around and trying to connect. And we're in the middle of the city of Buenos Aires. So if we start thinking about the importance of connecting and the importance of digitalization, where everything is guided by digital standards or norms, we realize that connection is no longer a privilege. It is a right. It is a right that everyone has. It is a right for everything we need. And so, in order to talk about the importance of digitalization and the importance of connection and digital technologies, how important is internet to do all these things, I would like to remind you that this is the only point where everybody who is here, we have been there at some point. And that is the moment where in 2020, someone overnight said, you have to stay at home. Remember March 2020 when the global pandemic broke out? So I ask you, and I ask myself, what would you have done without internet during the quarantine? What would you have done if the next day those who had the possibility of going to work with a permit that was digital, you had to go into a server and issue a permit? What would have happened if you couldn't have done it, if TV hadn't existed, if cell phone with internet hadn't existed? Do you remember how scared we were? We were terrorized, and what saved us was being connected. It was the possibility of using your phone, turning on your computer, and go online and know what was happening around us. Close your eyes for a second and remember March 21st in the morning. Remember what happened those 4 or 5 months until we started protesting because we wanted to go out again. Just picture yourselves in those places where there wasn't any connectivity, where there wasn't any internet. Imagine that those places, maybe the dad in a rural area wanted to know what his kid was doing 1,000 kilometers away in another rural area, and they had no internet. So that's why I insist that the digital divide is exactly that. The digital divide doesn't mean you cannot watch a film on 4K via streaming. The digital gap is what makes us unequal as human beings and subtracts possibilities. What did your family do? How was your family during the pandemic? Think of that and then think of people who were not online. We had the internet. We had connectivity. We had 5G. Remember that overnight, you even had to see your doctor through a screen, let alone those people who needed psychiatric assistance, therapeutic assistance, support. You had to wait until someone would call us and talk to us. Sometimes we didn't even know if we were talking to a professional or not. So think of the countryside. Think of a Latin America, not just Argentina. A Latin America where the internet reaches between 40 and 42% of people, 65% near the cities, but half of the population of our Latin America, with few exceptions, do not have internet. That is the digital divide. I downloaded this yesterday. You know that you can check 5G connectivity in NGOs and institutes that do a follow-up of this process. Bear this in mind when someone sells you a cell phone. The little purple dots are the new 5G places that exist in real time. This is from yesterday at 4 p.m. I took a screenshot. So just look at Argentina, look at Chile, look at Brazil. They're clearly doing much better than us. Take a look at Argentina. And now, just take a moment to think that we are immersed in a world that needs more and better things. And where that more and that better has to do with sharing, has to do with an Argentine farmer, a member of Aapresid, who has tried to do no-till farming for years, that can convey to other farmers their knowledge to generate this new approach that we need to fight against climate change and produce more and better food. How could we do this if they cannot go to an institute or to a meeting? How difficult this all becomes. The famous digital gap, which I do not want to define in technological terms. I prefer to define it with human terms. The digital divide means inequality, inequity, and it means eliminating possibilities to learn and to teach for a world that has become increasingly difficult. That is the digital divide. That means not having the possibility of exchanging for whatever you may need. Affection, learning, knowledge, and just think that every progress, every good practice that would allow us to generate a better world, a more prepared world, where agricultural production is undoubtedly essential. If we had to wait, like I had to wait 30 years ago, if I had to wait until someone got a letter and picked it up and answered it, today we say that we are all connected, not by the Aapresid Congress necessarily, but the whole world is connected, and that means how we express ourselves, what they think. They express what they think through Instagram, through X, through Twitch, in 250 letters. So the question is, has this solved the digital divide? And I think it has not. What I do think that we all agree in the cities is that there is internet for everyone, that this is not a technological problem per se. It is not saturation or a connectivity that cannot grow any further. The internet, the digital progress, this is a problem of decision-making and of infrastructure. At Expo Agro, recently, in one of the meetings, a company of the three that we have in one of the three telcos that we have in Argentina presented proudly their first fiber optics connectivity hub to bring together two cities, Pergamino and another nearby city. And it was launched with great pride. And that company, together with others, they launched their service in 1985 in Argentina. When, I don't know if you remember, I'm old, but we had Ms. Alzogaray, who was the president at the time. And they called the government house and they spoke for a minute and a half with this new announcement. And it is those same companies that operate in the rest of the world together with others. So why are we so disconnected? Because community and collective feeling is a personal decision, and that's something that we need to think about very carefully. Internet is not a luxury, it is a need. Let me give you an example very quickly that has to do with agriculture. There are countries in Africa, like Zambia, where between 70 and 75% of the population lives off agriculture. 70% of the entire country barely contributes 1.7 or 2 or 3% or up to 7% of the GDP of Zambia. So this means that the entire population is working on something, but the lack of connectivity prevents them from growing. A city that only sells internet, just trading over the internet, has a GDP or contributes about 10%. So what makes more, selling over the internet or producing? And I go back to the same thing. The digital divide is not a technological problem. It is a decision-making problem. And bridging that digital gap, and it allows us to think democratically, to choose, and it allows us to come closer to those who need it the most. And this is not just in a certain place of a city, just giving out money in charity. No, the digital divide is to allow for education to happen. Agriculture has a lot more to give than the city for such a difficult world. Reducing the climate impact, I dare say, is an imperative. And the way of doing this is improving practices and the transmission of knowledge. And all of this has to do with drastically reducing that digital divide. We have to start doing that. And I was introduced in that way. And I always say, the person who says they have the solution is a liar. The solution is divided into each one of us, the major stakeholders of the economy, of the industry, farmers, in the academia, teachers, and common people. If we do not all collaborate, the world that we have will be more difficult to live in. And for that, connecting through the internet is the only way of doing it. Think about it. And remember, each time someone says, I have everything solved in this smartphone that I have in my hand, actually what is solved is just a really little device, but the solution has to be divided among everyone. Thank you.
¿El mic? Ahí vamos.
Ahí va.
Bueno, le agradecemos a Enrique. La primera participación siempre es realmente un gusto escucharlo.
Rompió el hielo, vamos entrando en calor, ¿cómo venimos?
¿Cómo venimos? Vamos, ¿qué tal esta primera charla? Bueno, la persona que va a entrar ahora es empresaria y artista. Y hace muy poco tiempo, en una entrevista, le preguntaron si estaba lista para romper el hielo y ella contestó: estoy para derretirlo lentamente. Creo que después de eso no sé qué más se puede agregar, ¿no?
Creo que las palabras sobran, como dijo el chino Ladrina hace poquito, si la defino, la delimito, así que no hay nada más para decir, la presentamos con ustedes, Soledad Pastorutti. Bienvenida, Sole.
Bienvenida.
Welcome, Sole. Thank you for the introduction. Welcome, Sole. I hope you feel at home. Well, I'll try. If there's something that I do not lack are words, my family says. They cannot shut me up. When they invited me to do this, I saw this as a challenge because it's easier when they do an interview and they start guiding you through the questions. Let's go this way, this other way. Since I was very little, my thing was to communicate, was to be able to bring and to give what I had inside. But on this occasion, when I'm invited, they tell me, it would be great if you could do something different, if you could talk about something you not normally do, something you don't normally talk about in your interviews, to go beyond music, who I am. Beyond music. To say something new could be easy, especially for somebody, could not be easy for somebody who is exposed, because we know that whatever we say makes the headlines. It's blown out of proportion sometimes. And they said, I'm going to slowly thaw the ice. I promise you, I don't remember having said those words, but they come up from the unconscious, and then you have to take responsibility for what you have said, especially for what you do. So I would like to take a pause to reflect. I have unique experiences, thanks to my profession, but also thanks to the place where I was born, to the family that surrounds me and that surrounded me, because some of them are no longer here. There is no universal truth. We live our life from where we are. And I imagine that the life of each and every one of us is like a Tetris, where all those blocks have to be put in place in time, and you do what you can with that. You want to do better? Yes, of course. But it's not always possible, because you have a time, a period of time, and in that time you have to think and place it in the right position, and there are also obstacles. But I think there is something that connects us all. And this truth that I speak about, that it's my own truth, can also be a universal one if we can shed light on it all together, and if we are more communicated. I just heard my previous colleague talking about communication. I think that the communication is what fails the most. We have all the necessary tools, but we are further apart each day. Further apart from what we feel in our hearts. We are always further apart from the other to be able to empathize with the other. And I'm worried about that, honestly, because how many of you are from the Argentine provinces? Can you raise your hands? And the others do not live in Argentina? Aren't we all from the country's interior? Aren't we all within the same country? Why do we always, in this complex society, why is there always a gap in our society? Why do we have to set those types of obstacles we have to get over? Because I always like to stand above that gap. Many people do not get me. I prefer to shut rather than talk, because although I talk a lot, I am not always assertive with my words. I'm not always clear with my words. But I have been taught that the intention is what prevails. If you reflect your expressions in your and the way you look, the city and the countryside. Why so much difference? Why River Boca? Why do you have to be from one group or the other? I always wonder about that. When I started singing, since I was 7, when I got on stage for the first time, I was a little girl from the interior, a gringuita from the interior. For the folklorists, I was an outsider. For the traditional folklore musicians, I was a cheeky girl. I was doing cultural appropriation because I had the courage, or I was bold enough to sing music genres, because in our country there are not only divisions between countryside and the city. I sang chacareras in Santa Fe, and the chacarera was not from Santa Fe. So since I was little, I wanted to break with those barriers, with inadvertently. I always loved freedom, and every time I got on stage, I felt it was my place in the world. And then I started noticing that people started calling me La Sole. And I also started noticing that in some places, when they introduced me as La Sole, many people took it as a term of endearment. But others say it doesn't sound good. It sounds as if you were from the countryside. And with the years, because sometimes you make mistakes, I realized that there's no way you can call me in a better way than La Sole, because I learned that this distance can be shorter if I also bridge it. I think that avoiding labels makes us weird people. But that is what I have always tried to do throughout the years. If she's wearing folkloric or traditional clothes or not, I do what I feel like it, because I have that freedom, and because that doesn't change my essence. Unfortunately, today, as Mirta Legrand says, the way they see you, they treat you. And if you don't look good, they mistreat you. So you have to make a poise and to look in a certain way. I'm scared to death to be here. It's the first time that I get ready to get on stage to talk to a topic that is not so frequent in my life. Yes, in my daily life, but not in my public life. But when they asked me to do so, I thought it was a good challenge, and that is what scares us the most. Challenges teaches us, because even if the experience is not good, at least we have the clear mind that we are not going to repeat that. And that is one of the things this path has taught me the most. Divides, gaps are false. Divisions are simply there because we're lazy, because it's easier to divide. It's easier when you do not assume your own limitations and you assign that problem in the other person. I can't do this because they, and I think what such a beautiful country lacks with cultural wealth, etc., is to get to know each other much better. I was raised in the countryside. I love the countryside, but I'm not a country expert, countryside expert. Don't ask me about the harvest cycles. I might know the name of a brand of a harvester because of the colors, because that was part of the game with my cousins. I may know about rural contractors. I come from Arequito. In the 70s, they got the best practices in the farming sector, and the town next door is the huts party or the hut celebration. But my profession and my dad's profession were not directly related to the farming sector, but that doesn't mean that we cannot understand that tight relation there is, that unfortunately up until today it generates these divides, these gaps. You are from the core area, from the nuclear area. You are wealthy people. Oh, you're doing good there. You know what I mean. Of course, there are people who are doing very well, who have a lot, that have worked a lot for that. And there are also people who have to start all over every year, begging for the good weather to get credit to purchase their machinery, their inputs. All professions have their source of anguish, effort, but in short, we all get to the same idea. We all want to live well, to be with our loved ones, enjoy with them. Since I was very little, I was a sort of revolution in the folklore in the 90s. I was part of that movement, and I think I'm still part of that movement. Many beautiful things happened to me thanks to my profession. I travel all across the country, and that Argentine interior, and when I say interior, I mean the big urban centers as well. If we take a bird view picture, you will see there are many differences, that we have different climates, and you adapt to that. The people from Santiago take naps. There's a reason why they take a nap in January, because of the high temperatures. It's impossible to do anything at those high temperatures, but it's easier to make a joke about it, right? They say that Santiagueños are lazy. That's why. I'm sorry, I'm beating about the bush. That's my style also. I traveled my country. I had very nice experiences. And one of the first time I got to the big media outlet, I was in the cover of a magazine because I was wearing a poncho, but it looked as if I was naked underneath. I fell into a trap, and I started noticing how they wanted to play my game. And so I realized in time, with the years, that the only thing that I should keep firm were my convictions, my values, and to respect myself, and to love and to embrace my position, not to let others, because sometimes people will always have an opinion, and they will always want you to do something perhaps they can do, or what the others would do in their position. But you are yourself, and you have to look at yourself from within. So all the good things that happened to you and the not so nice things that happened to me taught me that I'm a person that I choose to live in Arequito, but not because it's my resistance. I naturally love living there, raise my children there. I have my family. It's comfortable to me, even though I have to travel 300 kilometers every time I have to take a plane. But I also like the city, and I love it, I enjoy it, and I could also live here. I'm an inhabitant, a dweller of the world, as Atahualpa Yupanqui said. And I've been all over the world in my place, in my country. If I'm a closed-up person, you can appreciate the rest when you are able to love what's yours first. So what I've learned is to value myself, to appreciate. I'm la Sole, I'm la gringa. I'm what I am. I am what I am. Thank you.
Y así puedo estar.
And that's why I can be here. I can be barefoot in my home. I can be fishing. I can be on the field. I can be singing on a stage. I can dress the way I want. So simply to round off my presentation, what I ask you is to let's try to get to know each other much better. When you embrace your own place, you will be able to understand that the other one is also embracing their own place. When you value and you care for your own things, it's understandable that the other person does the same. And we lead different lives because we have differences, and that conditions us. But let's not negotiate our own values, our essence. So let me tell you simply that I'm not from here, I'm not from there, I'm everywhere. I love my country, I love my place. That's why I understand the way we are, because at the end of the day, that's what we all want, to embrace ourselves, love our loved ones, be healthy, be happy, and we never want that at the expense of others. So to close my presentation, I simply want to say what a song says. There it is. I can walk around the world, but I come back to my roots. It's the deepest love I chose. It's today and tomorrow, what will be and what will happen. In my case, the green on my window pane, and that's part of myself. Whatever is part of myself is part of you, and vice versa. So let's value what we have. Let's get more in touch, because when we divide ourselves, very few win, and we all lose. Thank you.
Bueno, gracias.
Thank you, Sole, for the warmth of your presentation. It's an honor to have you here at Aapresid Congress. After this talk that leaves us all thinking, it's time to give the floor to another presenter. The person that comes next is a farmer, he's an agronomist engineer, he's a researcher, and he has a creative power that has led him to position himself as one of the best known enologists. He says being an enologist is a way of life around nature and the love of life. And to be able to make a good wine, you have to feel part of the place you belong to. Let me give you the most prestigious enologist of Argentina, Alejandro Vigil. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Voy a dejar esto acá. Bueno, wow. Qué lindo escuchar.
So nice to hear La Sole. I feel very close to her. When they called me, I really had no idea what this was about. I still don't know what this is about. But after the people who came before me, I'm standing before you. I'm so cold, I cannot take my coat off. But what's most interesting about this talk is what I have done to put together a life project within a community. And I always say that the first thing they tell you when you present an idea is it's always, that's too difficult, it's impossible, you're not going to do anything with that. And when we started Casa Vigil with the wine called El Enemigo, that's what happened, because it talks about that, the fear to change, to break paradigms, to walk. Like La Sole said, I do what I think is right without bothering others. So we started in a small place called Chachingo. People told me, no one's going to come, nothing's going to happen. So I built my house. I started with a tasting room. And when you sort of disrupt a place, it has a positive and negative impact. And what we're trying to do always is for the positive to outweigh the negative. We have 1,500 people, and we have a place where 500 people go every day. We have an impact, but it's not always positive. So our work was to make sure that our place would have a positive impact. How did this start? We were in front of the school. There was a family there whose daughter had just graduated, and they started becoming a guide for our vineyard. Then we had empanadas that Viviana made, and we served them there. And one of the people who cared for our child, she graduated as an accountant, and then she became our accountant. First she was a guide, and then she was an administrator. And today she is a sustainability manager. And Viviana no longer makes the empanadas. She's an empanada businesswoman and sells empanadas to the entire province of Mendoza. That is what it means to have a positive impact. We have 148 people working in this project, and 112 of them are within 1 square kilometers. That's having a positive impact. When we wanted to have vegetables that were grown by us, we started working with farmers' organizations and small cooperatives. We went to them, we gave them the technology, they grow the vegetables for us, and we created a partnership that has turned into a program called Labrar. And we started selling in the whole country high-quality vegetables for the restaurant industry. And we came up with some friends small manufacturing facility for beer. And now it's grown so much, it's called Chachiro, and we export it to the entire country. And that makes us very proud. It's right next to Casa Vigil. That's where we have our little enterprise. I think there's something very deep to learn from that, because we always get the same thing. It's too difficult. I think that's where we need to sort of push through and not allow people to tell us it's too difficult. Because I think the most difficult thing when it comes to wine, it is a succession of a set of little miracles that makes a bottle get to the aisle of a supermarket. Because you have to plant the grapes, you have to wait for the vineyard to resist the winds, the drought. You hope to have enough water and rainfall. We need the label, we need the truck, we need the boat. And then we finally need that wine to get to the aisle and for someone to say Mendoza, Argentina, and for people to buy it. That involves a series of miracles. If that happens, and the rest is quite easy, actually. Imagine that this is an incredible chain that is used for wine and also for Mendoza. We have tourism and we have oil. Tourism is our second activity in Mendoza, and I think it's the 5th in the country. In Mendoza, it is for wine and wining and dining. So we've created this in the past 10 years. This didn't exist before, and it has changed the place where we live. It's a different way of working based on the continuous improvement of our community. This road has been quite interesting for me and fun. Soledad just said that failures were good for her. And I think it's the same for me. I always say that when we started, I cooked steak for everybody who came. I cooked the steak. The woman who was in charge of exports, we told her what the project would be about. And this is since we started with the project. And people really believed in that. It was really a leap of faith at the time. And not believing in anything, I learned how to have faith. And when it comes to the community, it means that when people join, we become stronger. We have a Michelin star. We have wines that have 100 points. And I think this has mostly been due to the strength that has pushed us forward, the strength of all these people who felt part of the community and our clients. When clients become part of our project, things change. And to make wine or to build a project, we need to really live in the site. I can't make wine in Spain.
Hacer vino significa...
Making wine in other places means having to grow the grapes in a very cold weather and walking in the middle of summer, feeling the sonda wind and feeling the mud and understanding really what's happening, creating that communion with that vineyard, knowing when to harvest and then making the wine. That is the only way to learn and to know what agriculture is. It is to experience it and to transform it. It's to go from nothing to a bottle of wine. It's going from nothing to a tomato. And you have to be there in person. The terroir in wines is nothing else but an experience that has existed for hundreds of years. It's to elaborate and grow the grapes in a certain place. That means that humans there are essential because they are the ones who transmit that knowledge from one generation to the other. And that's why it's so important to respect our origin and our identity. Making wine is not fermenting the grapes. It is not just putting it in a bottle and selling it. It's not buying a bottle and putting a label on it. It's a way of living. And the way of living involves respect. That's how we put together our community. That's how we respect the environment. Because we started with sustainability, but the first thing we realized is that we needed sustainability in our community in order to talk about environmental sustainability. And that's why we started working with the schools, with the neighborhoods, and not just with food, but also recreationally, which is also as essential as food. We are creating a higher education institute and a high school so that they can, when they finish high school and we need people to work, we had 21 sites where we need qualified workforce in our town, in our neighborhood. So giving them the possibility to work there, but also to travel, to learn. And most importantly, for them to understand that we believe in them. And we started working with environmental sustainability. And we worked on many, many projects that range from recycling to agroecology, eco-agriculture. And I don't believe in biodynamics because of my religion, but I do believe in organic products. And what's most important today is that we have recycling plants in Mendoza, but they're not being used. So we started classifying this in our sites, but then we started moving on to our neighbors and now buying 3D printers to give a use to that recycling. So I think that work, that continuous work, where first we saw the social and then we saw environmental aspects, and from there we created a company where everybody could work, where people were involved in the general process, has proven very, very useful. And of course, I always think of teamwork, but not team ideas, just teamwork. Ideas belong to some brilliant minds, and that should never have an obstacle in front of them. We should never subject an idea to an entire team. The team has to implement the idea. And we usually fail, but that idea, I think, has to be respected, because when we subject any idea to a group of people, they will probably always say something bad about it. Because like I said at the beginning, they say, it's too difficult. Oh, that's too hard. Not possible. Cannot be done. These words I hate. And when I started, one of my most important successes as an enologist was that when I started, they asked me that question and I said, why? And no one could answer after 3 or 5 whys. They usually say, because it was always done differently. So anything can be done. And to conclude, I just want to tell you a short anecdote. I was 7 years old. It was Christmas, 10 or 11 p.m., and my grandparents had a house with a tin roof, and that's the main alarm that goes off when there's hail falling. We were about to harvest tomatoes, and I started hearing that noise that hail makes on a roof. So my grandfather stood up at the door, 5 or 6 minutes of hail, and we went out behind him. We went into the tomato fields. He went down on his knees. I remember seeing him, and his body was shaking and trembling, and at the time my grandmother appeared. She patted his back and helped him up and said, we have the food for today. Tomorrow we will follow. That's what it's all about. Thank you.
Bueno, ¿cómo vamos?
How is it going? Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you for these words. We've had 3 speakers. The morning is running by, so I hope you're enjoying it. Thank you to everyone who's following us online. Thank you for being there. And we will now continue with the other speakers. Alejandro still said that he didn't understand what this was all about, but if you're paying attention, we can see that there's a line connecting each of the talks: connectivity, community. You were here for all talks. So we will now give the floor to the next speaker. He's an agriculture engineer from Uruguay, a doctor in agricultural sciences from UBA, and he's an associate professor at the University of Buenos Aires and a professor at Universidad de la República. He's also a principal investigator at CONICET. And I would like to introduce him as a friend of the house. He knows Aapresid. He coordinates the service crop networks, and his talks in general are very, very popular. But today he's bringing something different. Gervasio Piñeiro. Welcome. Take it away. If La Sole was nervous, imagine how I'm feeling. I think that there are things in these talks that are part of a reflection process, and I would like to invite you to think a little bit about something that has been mentioned over and over, which is our health. I invite you to all think about what you had for breakfast. Just imagine what you had for breakfast. I assume you've had breakfast. And if not, just think of your dinner last night. Maybe you had a media luna, a croissant, a yogurt, fruit, coffee with milk, maybe a milanesa or a wine, a bottle of wine. And think about how often do you really stop and think where that came from. comes from animals, comes from plants. But have you ever thought what those animals were like, if they were healthy plants, healthy animals? And how does that affect our health? The health in the food that we consume, the plants and the animals that we eat. And if we go beyond that, what were ecosystems like? Those fields where those plants grew and those animals were raised. Were they healthy? Did we have healthy ecosystems? Because we're thinking about this concept, the One Health approach, more and more. The One Health approach says that if we want to be healthy, and the plants and the animals also need to be healthy, and the ecosystems need to be healthy as well. And I think that's a very important concept. How much do we worry about the health of the ecosystems? Because they give us food, but those ecosystems give us other things. Those healthy fields give us much more than that. Is the planet healthy? Can we be healthy? Can we have good health if we have a planet who is sick? I think that we have to start thinking about entire ecosystems and fields that give us food but also give us many other things, which we call ecosystem services. For example, they give us a clean river. They give us a river where we can fish or swim, a floor where we can walk, a beach, a square, a mountain. Can you imagine a healthy life without those things? Can we be physically and mentally healthy if we do not have a little square of grass to lay down and look at the sky? Probably not, right? And the health of those ecosystems, of those plants and animals, is born with soil health. And the soil, as we know, is a living organism with a lot of diversity, a lot of species. Remember and think of a tropical forest. Imagine the amount of plants and forests. Imagine the biodiversity. In an entire square, there are 300 species of plants. In 1 gram of soil, so in a little teaspoon of soil, there are more than 10,000 species of bacteria. So different species of bacteria. Bacteria species in 1 teaspoon. So imagine in an hectare of soil. We also have worms, fungi, insects, bugs, whatever you can imagine. And everything is very much alive. That's why we're talking about healthy soils, because they are alive. And if those soils are alive, we go back to whatever you ate for breakfast. What are those soils eating for breakfast? What are we feeding them? You have to think of interesting things. There are many pre-Hispanic civilizations that disappeared completely. And many of those civilizations, it is believed, that they have disappeared because they lost the ecosystem. I don't know if you know the image of the Nazcas, where you could see, from aerial images or Mayan cities, they are believed to have disappeared because they slowly make their ecosystem sick and then disappeared.
So look how important it is to have an ecosystem, a healthy ecosystem. And let's go back to the soil that nourishes all those things. That's the biodiversity. And like any of us, they need to feed itself. And we have been with this idea with Aapresid for quite some time. That's why I feel so much at home. We are trying to see what the soil likes feeding off. What is the quality of the food? How can we make that soil grow? Because many times, well, I don't know if you know, but it's highly measured. And the Argentine soils of the farming area are lean. They are not very healthy. There's an indicator that's the humus on the soil, and our farming soil has half the organic matter they might have. So imagine yourself with half the ideal weight you should have, half of it. You're not going to be that healthy. And this, somehow, our soils are. They are not very healthy. So we have thinking for quite some time, and Aapresid springs from that, is what can we feed the soils with? And with the Conicet, the private public sector, they sell us this black and white world, as Sole was saying. And the color, the world is full of colors. The public and the private sectors are not antagonistic. They work better if they are together. And I think that is what we have been doing for quite some time with Conicet, with Aapresid, with the public university, which is to join forces to understand what the soil likes, what we can give the soil to feed off. And there are many farmers in this hall that grow crops, and they are not going to harvest. For the people who live in the city, perhaps you will find this odd, because those crops are going to feed the soil. They will provide a different feature to the ecosystem to make it healthier. They will filtrate water so the stream is clean, so those crops that protect soil from erosion, so crops that do not, that we cannot harvest, but that provide food to the soil and generate very beautiful landscapes as well. So I think that focusing or trying to think on the health of the soil, how we can improve it, is key in order to achieve this unique health we need, or that single health uniting soil, bio, ecosystem, plants, and ourselves. That reminds us of that living soil. The Byontek is a word that changes now, so that when you feel alone, you are not lonely, but you have a lot of bugs on yourself, many species that help you have a cleaner mouth, an intestine that can digest food better, skin. There are different bugs on the skin. If you sterilize you completely, you would not be healthy, because there are many microorganisms on you that make you healthier. There are very good microorganisms that we have to look at them and take care of them. And that's what we have to do on the soil, to generate a living soil. And for that purpose, we have to feed the soil or nourish the soil. And that brings me to the idea, what should we do to have a healthy planet? Service crops for the farmers, for us who consume, be aware where the product comes from, that schnitzel, that glass of wine. Ask for information, demand for those places to be, those ecosystems to be healthy, because health is at the core of our lives. I think many of you said it. The Sole said it, Alejandro. To be healthy is the most important thing. And La Sole mentioned her grandparents. I remember my granny. If you have your grandparents, talk to them, because they always have interesting things to share. I talked to my granny, who gave me the schnitzels that I love so much, and I shared with her, and she gave me some advice. But one thing that she ended up saying, Mijito, the important thing is that you are healthy. And I looked at her and I say, I failed exam, I broke up with my girlfriend, and you talk about my health? But then I started thinking, she's right. When you are not healthy, when you get sick, everything is set aside. Physical, but also emotional health. And you have to think that in order to have a healthy life, to be happy somehow, we need ecosystems, plants, and animals that are healthy. A healthy planet, in short. I think this is the key message, a single health. We need our own health and that of the whole planet. And I think that's one of the main things we have to do. We have achieved very interesting life levels for the much of the population of the planet, but we need to build a healthier planet, and that's one of the tasks we have. And that begins by developing a healthier soil. It will give us healthier ecosystem, healthier animals, and healthier human beings, a better health for us all.
Bueno, gracias, Gerva.
Thank you, Gerva. It's always a pleasure to have you here in Aapresid. It's like his home. It's like your home. And he kept me thinking, talking about the bugs and the lives on the soil. I will like to take this opportunity to invite you to the Aapresid stand. We have VR goggles, and through an immersive experience, you can look at what Gervasio was explaining, the importance of the life on the soils. Having said this, let's give the floor now to somebody you must have seen in the Congress moderating a talk or at a cooking class. And I would like to tell you something about what happened to me lately. I'm part of the institution. I'm part of Aapresid staff. And as we were assembling the Aapresid Congress, I was walking around and I came across a graffiti that said, the best way to make an idea more Argentine is by not making it real. Is by Manuel Peralta Ramos, an avant-garde icon of the 60s. And I started feeling at odds with that phrase, because I thought by looking at this Congress, you can see of the capacity Argentines have to make ideals possible. And talking to the person that is going to come on stage right now, she talks about, or they talk about being Argentine. They talk about Manuel Peralta Ramos and the art of producing. Having said this, and the motto of the Congress, everything is connected, so I want to believe that the graffiti I read before this talk was no accident, because everything is connected. So I give you the artist, father of 3 children, and very Argentine indeed, Christian Petersen. This is a song by Federico Peralta Ramos. I'm a piece of atmosphere, the song says. I'm a big fan of Federico Peralta Ramos. He's really Argentinian. I love art, and when they put labels on I'm sorry for the interruption. There was a technical problem. I love cows. I love the farming sector. I work with the phrase of Federico Peralta Ramos. I work every day to get off stage. It's very interesting to be where you are and listen. If you would allow me, I will share with you the couple of things I learned lately. I noticed that I lack oratory. I wanted to speak better, to talk better, and I was I went to Di Tella University to see how I can speak in public. You have a 10 in oratory, but you have a 0 in listening. So it's wonderful to be up here and to be present with you, but it's better to be in the position of learning that rather than being here on stage trying to say something amazing. I've been at Aapresid Congress for 2 days, and I learned more in these 2 days than the number of sandwiches we sold. We sold 1,000 sandwiches. But your capacity to bring about meetings to the people who produce olive oil, and everybody was greeting one another, enjoying lunchtime, and this is your strength. And us as cooks, you fill us with joy and enthusiasm. The productive sector has an amazing enthusiasm. I am a very enthusiastic person, and to have desires is very strong. I'm very proud of you, and I congratulate you on your will to do things, because I'm in the kitchen and sometimes on TV, and sometimes we are further away from what you're doing, and it's amazing what you are conveying. Another thing I learned, I consider myself a father of 3, and I find that very hard. I also considered myself an artist and an entrepreneur. Being an entrepreneur is similar to being a sports person. It's being brave, it's losing or winning a match. You're starting off with new ideas. In Argentina, it's easy to start up something new, but I understood that being a businessman is complicated, because when you say you're a businessman, everybody starts looking at you with suspicious. I'm also consider myself an artist. I try to connect. I cook to please people. I try to connect through the meals and sharing love. We produce food, transforming the emotions in people, the feelings of people. So when I define myself as a businessman, it's hard for an Argentine to define ourselves as business people. I've been working for 6 months in this new role. I think I grew up from entrepreneur to business person. You have to be more responsible. You have to be responsible for the 500 people who work for you, to have a more regenerative kind of company. What's sustainable is good, but there's always an economic side of it. But when you talk about regenerative business, is to give back more than you have taken away. So we try to change words. Instead of human resources, human with resources. So you're trying to think of things around. You are a custodian of work, and you have to give back to society and to your children. I would like them to continue with this legacy. And I work with friends. You work with friends. Who do you want me to work with? I'm happy to work with friends. So to break a little bit this paradigm that made us believe that the countryside or the farming sector is bad, that business people are bad. I love being Argentine. I love being a relative of Federico Peralta Ramos in that feeling. And the third thing I've learned is What have I learned lately? We ask ourselves that questions every week. I feel very Argentine. I'm lucky enough to travel with a gourmet channel around the world, and I love traveling around across our country. I take my car. I got fascinated by the different landscapes and the cows, etc. And we have to take care of the Argentine culture and traditions, and the Argentine customs and traditions. I hate haters, but let's not talk about croissants. Let's talk about medialunas, not lattes, café con leche. Let's not talk about schnitzels, but milanesas. In the pandemic, I started up a new business, and we did 1,000 kilograms of schnitzels of milanesas every day. And the milanesa is something very typical from this country. There's a very nice phrase that I learned it recently, that is, you live the way you eat. Think about it. As a person, how do you live? How are you eating? I have 11 restaurants, and I found myself eating in the car. I'm doing something wrong, I thought. I work every day with food. There's something I'm doing wrong. I'm in a hurry. This is not good. So reflect on it. The way you live, the way you eat. So I cook to many business people, and sometimes they ask me to go to the table and talk about the menu. But more than talking about the menu, I would like to propose that a business lunch is not good. Either we have lunch or we work. It's against my business, but not everything in life is business. Business means, in Spanish, or negocio, is to deny leisure, etymologically speaking. I don't know if you all agreed, but Argentines are very nice people, very friendly, good people. I think that we are winning. In our team, we ask ourselves if we have won or not the day. And winning means being a better person, the best possible version of yourself. When I have to talk about difficult stuff, that is to find yourself, I dress up as a person. And if I have to give a talk, I dress up as a cook. This is sort of my armor. And to share about the Argentine customs and tradition. We are Argentines. We are Fangio. He worked every day to be better every day. If you want to do something intelligent, you have to paraphrase Borges. He was asked what was the best virtue of Argentines. We are the best in the world. And he said friendship. And I love it. I worked a lot on friendship. I think this is something that represents us all. I think throughout these days in Aapresid, I made friends by selling things. And when we started having more dialogue and listening to one another through friendship, Argentina is going to move forward because we are all friends, and I love it. And I invite you all to be more and more Argentine every day, to take care of our beautiful culture, the culture of getting together. And as Federico Peralta Ramos says, he says so many things. He says we are atmosphere, that we are good people. So to finish my talk, I would like to share what I'm doing. We are doing milanesas, schnitzels, and I think this is the most Argentine dish that is. It's the dish we consume the most. Why? Because it comes from Italy. It used to be in Austria. Schnitzel travels to Italy. They come to Argentina with the Italian immigration, and they find the paradise in the world, Argentina, the best wheat, the one we produce in our pampas, the best livestock in the world. I'm sorry if I sound too full of myself, but I think that it's the best beef met the best wheat, our creativity, our insolence, our will to share with our different techniques, that boldness Argentines have, and we make a schnitzel that it's a luxury in the world. It was found in this paradise. Through this Milanesa, we found a very nice place. So when livestock and wheat meat, you do no-till and you don't let cows step on the plot. This is the combination of beef, wheat, a farm, the eggs, garlic, parsley, everything that you can find in a farm in Argentina, and then you fry it, our soybean hub, and you are eating protein, fat, and high carbohydrates, and this is what Argentines are. We are a great Milanesa with French fries. We cannot agree on the size of a schnitzel, on the thickness. Perhaps you can put a lot of bread on it because you don't have too much beef, or it's from abundance, very thick with organic breadcrumbs, and it's spectacular.
Milanesas are generous like Argentinians. That's why I'm here talking about these breaded cutlets, these Milanesas, and speaking about the relationship between Argentines and Milanesas. And to conclude, I just want to ask you something. They told me to not ask anything, but I will. What I want to ask you is, everyone who's here, you're probably in the 10% richest people in Argentina, and you've had opportunities. And I would like those opportunities to be given back, because it's very unfair in such an unfair country where there's people who didn't have the opportunities that you had to study whatever you decided to study, a social science, to study culinary arts. And Argentina is a very unequal country. And if we don't give back some of those opportunities that we've had, things are very unfair. So I think we all have a social role to play. Those who grow, those who produce, those who cook, those who were lucky. And we're just naming, if you're a business person, to give back a little. So that's my personal request. And to finish, we all know what the new luxury is. For you to think that the fact that you're eating, and the new luxury is to have a healthy body. That speaks a lot about what we do, what we cook, what we eat. A quiet home, we're just always looking for some quiet, and a house full of love. So try to go in that direction. Thank you. And it's a luxury, and it's a pleasure to be here. You're an example. Thank you.
Antes que se nos vaya.
Before Christian goes, can you come up on stage, because there's something missing. What's missing? We have a present for the audience. All the cooks have to cook, and it would be impossible to cook for all of you. No budget for that. So what I wanted to propose is for you to eat milanesas, and I want to give you milanesas to all, but I can't give you all. So under your seats, you're going to find some signs for some lucky ones where you have a box of milanesas cooked by Petersen, just a voucher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 20. So if you want to look for them, save one for me. So you just send me a WhatsApp, and you can exchange your voucher for a box of milanesas. We can talk about milanesas all day long. What the ideal cut is for milanesas. There are so many conversations. Thank you. Thank you, Christian Petersen. Wow, I got hungry. We spoke about milanesas, about what you eat. Christian also. I know what I'm going to have for lunch, that's for sure. for sure. I'm going to get milanesas. So you can go through Brangus, and Christian will be there, and you can find good food to eat. We are halfway through. 4 speakers have come and gone. Thank you for staying. We're putting together a line, a path with all the messages that we want to convey this morning. We're going to take a break. Yes, we're going to take a 15-minute break. If you want, you can stay in the room, or if not, you can go and get coffee or go to the bathroom, and we will meet again in 15 minutes. A lot to do, a lot ahead of us. Thank you.
Bueno, volvemos. Espero que se hayan podido ir a tomar un café, a distender un poco, a pasear un rato por el hall comercial. Bueno, damos comienzo nuevamente este segundo bloque de las charlas Aaprender. Si alguien acá si no estaba en el primer.
If you were not in the first block, I would like to tell you once again that the Aaprender talks are a space for reflection and to understand certain concepts in the countryside, in the city, and to have ideas, to trigger ideas on what we call the art of producing. There is one person who lost his glasses. They were on one of the chairs, so if it's one of you, you can come and pick it up here next to the stage. We have a talk that's quite different now. We have some armchairs here because we have a person who will be interviewed by one of our Aapresid partners and who will tell us the story of their life, Pato Abbondanzieri and Martín.
Bienvenidos.
Bienvenidos todos de ustedes del escenario.
Bueno, gracias. Nos vamos a sentarnos.
So we will be sitting down. So we have an advantage against the rest who had to be standing up. The time is ticking, so let's get started. We invited Pato Abbondanzieri, who, like you know, he went back to his hometown, back to the countryside. So we wanted to know a little bit about what he likes best as a high-performance elite athlete or managing a harvester or a machine in the countryside. So, Pato, go ahead. Good morning. A real pleasure to be here. I got it easy because Aapresid presented this as an interview, and it's better than having to just give a talk alone. So I don't really know what's easier, if being an athlete or being in the countryside. I couldn't be an athlete anymore because I got old, but I think the lesson is quite positive because I've been able to come back to my hometown, which I never really left behind. And of course, this at first did not involve all the technologies that are available today, back when I started. But of course, I wanted to thank Rus Agro. I'm one of the ambassadors of Rus Agro. Thank them for the possibility of growing in the countryside and being aligned with everything. And as you see in the advertising, I do not only use that harvester for the ad. Yes, I am the one managing that myself with my family. And so I thought this was quite an interesting thing, but also with some difficulties. When I bought all the machinery to start working the fields, I kind of dared to do things, and I sort of went the extra mile and decided to go to the town, Las Parejas. It's sort of when I started to become a soccer player, because I was 8 or 9 years old, and I was already staying with a family that helped me in my sports career, and that gave me fruits.
How do you see, or what are the benefits that you find in going back to your hometown? Many football players afterwards become soccer managers or coaches, more related to the football or the soccer world, but you decide to take a different path. What are the benefits you see in this choice? My the advantage I see after being a professional football player is that I know, or I knew, what it means to be working in the farming sector. I always returned to Oquet, to my town in Santa Fe, every time I could, because my uncle had a ranch, my family. We always worked the land as a family, and I liked to relax. It's very difficult to be a high-performance athlete. I found it very hard. My freedom was to go 2 days to back to my hometown. Sorry for the interruption. To be the goalkeeper of Boca Junior, and if I wasn't the goalkeeper, I wanted to give more. So my outlet was to go to the farm, to get out of the big city, Boca, and the world. My head needed that rest, that calm. And so I visited the world, I knew the world, and I knew what I was going to do afterwards. I was going to go back to the field. I had a break, and the Martín Palermo wanted to turn me into a football technical director.
Lo acompañé a él.
Manager. I like the idea, but I never fully feel like it. So you get much more you get more fun by looking at the sky and seeing if the Nina is going to attack or not. No, I have a rough time in those days. But what I mean is that it doesn't depend on me. I mean, as a football player, it always depends on me. As a manager, I depend on the ones that play. But in the field, I also depend on others. But I can lead my own company, and I can take my own path. I'm the driver. It's a difference between being a manager and being a player that I never quite found it quite right. Why doesn't this player do what I told him to? Oh, I could never really get there, and I was not doing it right. So I decided to retire, and I have been a rural contractor for 3 years now. And I try to buy machinery, tools in this beautiful country of ours, and I got really involved. No, it's a beautiful country. Don't laugh. But I love it. What does a football player, why does a football player go to a field? If he's not a manager, he's a representative, he goes to the TV, he's a panelist, show host, or he sells, he's in real estate, and they do not know what it means to be leading a ranch in Argentina. Or what are the things, being part of teams that were successful with people that, like Bianchi and so on and so forth, what were the lessons that you learned in those situations that were helpful later on in life, or that you can use when you develop your own teamwork? Today we talked about training, the technology of harvesters, the human resources we have. How do you put all of that together? The education. Football also gave me education. I just did primary school, and I did just second year, I just did middle school. I found it really, really hard. When I began in Rosario Central, when I was 14, very famous manager wanted to make me go to school in the evening, and I just wanted to play football, to play soccer. So he said, well, you will have to train in the morning, in the afternoon. Well, I will do that, but school was not my thing. But it was not my thing in those days. And when I grew up and I started visiting different parts of the world, thanks to soccer, I then realized that I should have studied a little bit more. That's why you will see that I'm not a great speaker. I'm not very eloquent, perhaps. I'm a regular person, just like anybody else. But I would have liked to finish high school at least. So I'm drifting. What I mean is football taught me, gave me everything the school could not give me, thanks to great soccer managers. But apart from being part of the inferior league of Rosario Central, and I had the opportunity of playing in a big team such as Boca Junior, and there I understood what it meant to be professional, to be how you should treat others, and life lessons. Thanks to soccer and thanks to the people I had as managers, they were my teachers. They were the teachers I could not have in high school or a university. To me, university was being in the best team in the world, in the Argentine, in the national soccer team. I mean, the top teams that you can reach. I come from I have very humble origins, so I took real good care of whatever soccer gave me. We are going to celebrate 30 years of marriage. I have my wife, my primary school sweetheart, and I'm grounded now. Being a soccer player is no simple stuff. It leads to difficult things, but I have learned a lot. I learned what it meant to live, to see a future, and after all this learning in football, I took those lessons learned and I applied it on the field, in the farming sector. Putting up a good team, to be respectful, to be orderly, to be organized, so that, I mean, when you are young, it's very complicated. If you don't have a good head on your shoulders, you are not going to accomplish anything. Some of my colleagues were better than me, perhaps, but I had the capacity of working hard every day to be at least the best in my field. And today, in the countryside, I have a small company with new machinery, but there are monsters around me. There are giants, and so it's tough. I don't know if there is any parallelism between the countryside and football. I always had a rival in the football, and I have rival as contractors because I devote to the farming activity, but I'm also a rural contractor, and so I have to work my own field and other people's fields. I'm going to leave my telephone number here, and I hope you can call me and hire me. It has to be of 500 hectares or more, otherwise it's not possible. Well, you should leave your Instagram account. He's available. No, I'm just joking. So it's amazing what I learned throughout these 3 years, the great competition there is. And that forces you to be better, to know how you should serve certain things to be the best possible farmer. Today, I want to be the best possible farmer. Of course, it's no simple task. As we were saying, it's not that easy to have always the best. And so we are in a country where we want to start growing. I think we're doing well. I have faith in this country. That's why I invested in my country. I want to stay in my hometown for good, in Argentina for good, and I'm going to continue doing things so as to feel at ease and comfortable. And as I was saying, I don't know the name of the person, the best cook there is, Petersen. I hope we can give back to, because we have all been given an opportunity, and I agree with that, but it has to be fair for all. We have to give back. We all should be able to give back. But I invest in my country. I want my country to do well. I could have taken another way out. It's crazy that at 52, you start spending money in a harvester, in a tractor. But when I was young, I wanted to play football, and I did well. And now I want to go do well in this sector. I know it's not easy, it's expensive, but I'm going to do so with the head I have from all the things that I've learned, thanks to the great managers that taught me a lot. So all that I had as a team, I now have my own team to have the countryside in my favor.
We have Boca fans in the audience. Yes. So, Pato, I wanted to know what your hometown means to you. What are the provinces for you? Well, Muquet is pretty much countryside. Maybe it's 1,500 people living there. I don't know what the latest census emerged, but I hope that things change. I hope that more people come. Muquet is very important for me. This is where I was born. This is where I have a very important project, and I have my friends, most importantly. Soccer gave me a lot of things. It gave me friends, not all my friends, but my own friends are in my hometown. They're all there. So I get a lot of support from that. It is a great possibility that life gave me to know the world, to have been able to play football successfully. I never thought I would. And this is what I've seen. Today, I can be anywhere in the country, and a lot of people accept me, not just Boca fans, River, Racing, News, which was my classic rival when I started with Rosario Central. And I think that these things happen for a reason. And I think I did things right. Probably with a lot of mistakes, of course. But all of these things have helped me, get on track. The family, which was so important for me, my dad, my mom. I wanted to quit. When people went out on Saturday, they told me they're going dancing, and I had to, I couldn't go because on Sunday I had to play. So it was a long time doing that, things going around in my head, and that's why it was so important for me to think about my hometown, because I had my mom, my dad, my entire family, and of course the people I love. That's why I go back. We're running out of time, so maybe you want to share some final thought. Went by quickly, right? The only thing is that we're undergoing a difficult moment in our country, such a wealthy and beautiful country. And I have the possibility of having done two things. I couldn't be a car racer, but I didn't have the support that I needed. But I have, actually. But I would have liked to be a pilot, an actual pilot, a racer. But the two things that both the countryside and football gave me was something very good for me, but that I earned it all by myself. And I was hearing before that people were saying that it's too difficult to do. No, it all depends on us. It all depends on your mindset and on also allowing others to help you. Yes, I was quite humble, actually. And I wasn't rich when I was a kid, but I was taken down the right path. And when you set your mind to doing something, things become a bit easier, even in complicated situations. So I think that with soccer, I had a similar thing. I had very complicated moments sitting in the bench for years. And all I wanted to do was play. So I couldn't do it because I had Córdoba, and I could never replace him, of course. So I did that for 3 years. For 3 years, I never did anything. Finally, he left. I don't know why. I would have never left Boca. But I know. I'll just say this and leave quickly. But that's an effort. And of course, there's someone who was up there, a very important man for my career, Carlos Bianchi, who made me stay and who gave me all the best to turn that situation around. And 3 years wasn't a lot, actually. At the time, it seemed like a lot, but it's like you do things. I would train and train and train, and then I wanted to play on Sunday, and I couldn't because there was only one goalkeeper. So in my head, that was always running around. And at the time, nobody went to a shrink. It was my family and the manager. And then being in the national team, such a crazy moment, really, and so difficult.
Complicado. Entonces, lo pude hacer, pero lo pude hacer por...
And I was able to do it, but because of my mindset, because of my head, because of what I suffered when I was a kid, having to leave this town, which was so far away, and it led me to where I wanted to go. So when you suffer, you have to take stock and try to realize the good things. When I was a kid, I always looked at people who did this, and it made me really want to be there. And today I can have that. And I have it, and I will defend it until the last minute. So for me, there's just one word to share: effort. And that is really the best that a person can have. The necessary effort to fulfill your desire. I wanted to be a soccer player, and I became one. I wanted to have my own land, and I do. And now I'm a rural contractor, and I am. It has a cost, but it's a pleasure to be able to do it. And having invested in Argentina, for me, is the best thing I could have done. Big applause. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Pato.
No, por
Muchísimas
favor.
gracias.
Gracias. Dale.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Pato. Gracias, Martín, también.
Thank you, Pato. Thank you, Martín, for joining us in this interview. We've covered most of the talks this morning. I hope you're comfortable. We will move on to the next speaker. He's an agriculture engineer. He works at IFEBA. He's a professor of ecology in the School of Agronomy of the UBA. He's a professor at CONICET. And he's also an active Twitter man. And Martín Oesterheld, welcome. Welcome, Martín. Thank you for adding that. Take it away. My relationship with ChatGPT and AI can trace back to an old calculator, and I will tell you about that. Has to do with 1981, when I graduated as an agricultural engineer in the University of Buenos Aires, and I immediately started working in research. And I would go to pastures and just take data of how many species there were, measurements, etc. And then I would come back and spend hours and hours on the desk analyzing that data. I know there's a lot of young people, but I don't know if you know what a desk was like in 1981. Very different from what we have today. Notebook, pencils, shared typewriter, a ruler, paper, and a phone that we shared. It was 30 meters away, and we shared with 40 people. And of course, there were no computers. I had a very small calculator, very simple one, and similar to the ones that kids have at school. And I had to analyze the data that was on the thing, but under those conditions, which were quite different from what we have now, because that data had to be entered into the calculator, and we would write the partial results on a paper, and then do the math, and go back to the calculator, then go back to the paper, etc., and go over what one had done, because in one of those steps, there were probably many mistakes. So the variance analysis that we today do in 1 or 2 minutes probably took like one whole afternoon in my professional work. And so at some point, I went with my parents abroad. I actually didn't go, but I gave them money from my savings and asked them to buy me this calculator. I still have it, 44 years now. It cost $600. And it came with instructions, 70 pages approximately, that I read very carefully. And the advantage of this calculator is that one could program. Just imagine what it was to program on a crystal screen, that entire program for computers. So I had to learn basic with a book, and I programmed there the processes that I needed to fulfill to make those calculations. And so I entered the data into the calculator, and I got the results because they were in my program. That saved me a lot of time, and it allowed me, over time, to do more complex analysis. And without this help, I couldn't have done it. It was so important that I still carry it with me wherever I go, on my desk and on my travels. You probably know what happened afterwards. The shelf life of these calculators were not more than 2 or 3 years because we started having PCs. They were not really personal computers because we had to share them with a lot of people. You had to take turns to use it. And 10 years later, each one of us had one computer. Then computers connected one to the other in the whole world. And we had communication in all documents available via internet and phones, etc., what you already know. So in a way, that was accompanied by the fact that our professional work changed significantly. Because all of a sudden, we had available a huge amount of information which wasn't available before. And so today, as professionals, we are bombarded by information. Just for you to get an idea, in 1 year, we publish an amount of scientific work, for example, about agriculture, that was published in the first 15 years of my career. And so as professionals, what we need is to process all that information because it is a lot of information, and we need to stay up to date. At the same time, we have videos that we would like to see, podcasts that we would like to hear, audio notes that we need to answer. We are communicators, we are presenters, we give talks, we write newsletters, we have to write professionally. And our work has become very diverse and very technified. And the amount of data that we have to analyze is huge, much more than what I had when I was a kid. So we spend a lot of time with Excel and data analysis. So there's so much demand from that side that it may seem as if we need a second brain. In November 2022, November 30, 2022, we found out that ChatGPT had been born. And with the appearance of ChatGPT, many things changed about what we believed was artificial intelligence, something that existed many years ago, but all of a sudden it was available to everyone. And it's quite different from everything that has existed in our life regarding digital growth. Because when you start relating to that type of tool, in a way you project what you had been using, yes? Sort of like Google before. You have that window with ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude or any of these AIs that converse. And you start thinking that you're working with Google and working with a database, but it's something that's very different, actually. Actually, in that window where you can interact with that AI, what you can do is put up to 10 books, actually. So you can give much more context to that machine so that it gives you back something that makes sense. And so, what people say, what people who know say, is that what we should try to do is interact with those systems more as if they were people, not as if they were software. And in our head, that really it's not easy to do. But based on the way that they work, it will be more productive if you face it in that sense much more than what you were looking for before, because it's completely different. So the view of the human who is helping you on the other side is much more productive, and it will give better results than if you think that you're interacting with a software. And what has happened with the people who have started experimenting with those tools is that the results that you obtain is very variable and difficult to predict as well for different things. And so it turns out that you can be amazed by the results of something that is truly astounding because of the quality, or it can be a huge disappointment because the system is incapable of solving some things that humans would solve at the age of 4 in a very simple manner. And so we have this irregularity. Yes, it's a useful tool for some things, not very useful for others. And it doesn't come with a manual of instructions like my calculator. The only thing that we have to learn is using it. People who know say that in order to be sort of certain to know that you can really profit from these tools and how much you can profit from them for your work, first, there are free versions, more limited ones, and then there are paid versions, which are more sophisticated. And so if you haven't used the higher version and you haven't used it for more than 10 or 12 hours exploring the different possibilities, you still do not know what it is really about. So since December 2022, I've been using it very much in my work, and I want to tell you what I do with it. And sometimes I use it as my co-intelligence. What this means is that I have it sort of like my shadow. Yes, so I resort to that system, that co-intelligence, so that they can solve problems. Some of those things involve what most people do. And I realize, and I use this very frequently, sometimes I realize that my use of Google has dwindled, but I use much more ChatGPT. And at some point, you can ask, I don't know, how many soil samples I have to take to represent hectares. And I was expecting the formula, and I didn't remember it. But so I wanted it to remind me of the formula. First, it gave me a description of the criteria and which things could be important for the landscape. So it was much wiser than what I had imagined. And then it said, here is a formula, and the formula was correct. But I didn't quite understand if it was a percentage or a proportion, and so I asked, is it proportion, and can you give me an example? Yes, here's the example. Imagine that you take 5 samples, these are for organic matter, etc., etc. This would be the formula. And so one can continue to converse with that type of tool. Compared to Google, which was absolutely fantastic, but it's a completely different experience, because in Google you will have to find the correct document that will meet that demand. So a lot of time spent searching and not as personalized. And so on this side, even if it's frustrating and even if it doesn't give you the correct response, it solves it more quickly and much more tailored to your need. Another instruction that I give ChatGPT often is to read. So we have a lot of texts to read, and sometimes we don't have enough time. And it seems that it's written for a level that is not mine, or with a language that is not mine. I can now use this co-intelligence and tell it, can you help me read this? Or, for example, give me a summary of this paper because it's too complicated for me. Or maybe I'm talking in Spanish and paper, it's very complex. And if I've never gone to university, I can read that paper and the information, and I can ask questions and more details about what was in that paper. So this puts us in a very strong position to learn, to read, and it's a little bit like watching a YouTube video. You watch it more quickly. So to read, you can read more quickly now thanks to AI. You can ask the AI to summarize that paper or that document that you don't have time or the capacity to understand it. I use it a lot to write. I write a paragraph, for example. Write me a paragraph to conveying this idea and include 2 examples and do a closing for this type of audience. And immediately you get a paragraph.
It is very well written. I think I can improve it. I take it and I improve it. Or I can use ChatGPT to say, change that example for another that may have something different. So you start writing without even getting your hands dirty. So it's a sort of autopilot where you tell the AI what you want it to write. Throughout time, using it to program, to do graphs, to analyze, we can do remote work through that system. I've seen through these months that I've turned into a person that has more capacities than the ones I used to have when all of this began. I can do, I can save time by doing other things. I can do things I didn't used to dare in the past because the learning curve was steep, but I started cultivating this relationship, sometimes a bit sick, I must say. I use it also as if it were a human being. I say, please, thank you, when I interact with my voice. It's impossible not to say please or thank you, because it's such a real relation. You feel like you're speaking to a real person. And if, as professional, I was told that many of you were professional. The target audience was professional. If you were, if you haven't been convinced that this was important, let me tell you that your clients are the first to embrace these technologies. So imagine the professional client relation with when a client approaches a professional who lacks AI. You will be lagging behind. But if we all do with our intelligent AIs, what we are going to create is going to be of a higher quality than without. Of course, this poses questions of jobs. The labor market will change, and we do not know how it will change. With this talk, I wanted to show that throughout time, we are in a big wave of technological change. In my 1980 desk used to be practically the same like my teacher's desk, Leonardo Orlean. That's Soriano's desk, that was my teacher's, that used to be just the same as his teacher's, Lorenzo Parodi. 4 generations, and all the desks were the same. Typewriter, pen, paper, and that's it. But the desks throughout my career disappeared. Your desk is wherever you open your notebook or where you have your phone. And behind those devices, you have access to universal knowledge, universal literature. And we seem to be okay. But now we have this that helps us think. And it seems that what I was talking about, which was AI, in some years will look so primitive as this calculator. So what's coming is unknown, but will probably be much more complex. So today, what we should do is to start climbing this learning curve that I started to climb when I was young. We had to learn basic language for computer use, the calculator, and now we have to start to befriend this intelligence, how to harness the most of it, and start working together with this novelty. Thank you. Thank you so much, Martín, for your participation, especially with such a controversial topic, and that is sometimes frightening. So we are coming to the final stretch of the talks. We still have a couple of talks to close the event, but we are coming to a close of the Aaprender talks. The person I'm going to introduce now is a business person and the founder of the Los Grobo group. And we are very proud to say that he has been throughout for many years part of the board of directors of Aapresid. His long track record led him to, or earned him, many acknowledgments and awards and titles such as one of the most prestigious businessmen of Argentina. I would like to say a couple of words. Between two worlds. If I say between two worlds, you will think countryside, the city. When I say between two worlds, I'm making reference to the latest music release of the person who is about to take the stage, because what defines him the most is the cultivation of multiple interests. The cultivation of multiple interests, as he says, is what gives us the capacity to choose. So let's welcome him with a warm round of applause. I give you Gustavo Grobocopatel. Thank you. And now I'm about to launch one that is called 10 tonadas. For every click you make in Spotify, I receive $0.0001. They asked me to talk about the future of agriculture, no more, no less than in Aapresid, where we have been talking about the future of agriculture in the last 30 years. Not only we talk about it, but we build about it. And also to talk about the complexity of the future, because I'm not a strong believer of speaking of the future. The future is sort of a projection of the present. There's no such thing as something unimaginable to be that we can explain. If we can explain it, is because it's happening, or it's happening in a certain stage or at certain stages. Among these things, I've been thinking that there are some of them that are really moving, that can give us a clue as to how to envision the future with this projected present. Some years ago, I visited a scientist at MIT that had invented seed injector. They do, as every scientist, they do things they do not know what they are for. Well, if you have a seed injector, I told him, that is more or less the same technology for those patches to measure glucose. They measure online your glucose level without pricking the skin. They do such a fast prick that you don't even feel anything. So this seed injector uses the same technology. They inject the seed into the soil that fast as that you don't see the hole where the seed got injected. You start thinking then that if you can inject seeds, you don't do a row on the soil. And if you don't do that, you don't need traction. So you don't need tractors. You wouldn't need heavy machineries, because since it's not dragged, you wouldn't even need the machineries or the tractors as we conceive them today. So if someday this worked out, there would be a detractorization process and a way machinery or farming machinery could work. So you start, playing with the idea. You could have these injectors in smaller robots that you can manufacture with 3D printers in your home garage. And these robots are made of bioplastics or soy-based plastic or wheat straw-based plastic that are driven with lithium batteries that get recharged with solar panels, that are guided on the field with GPS that are oriented by the precision agriculture, the meter-by-meter precision agriculture. Besides, you start thinking that if they are robots, in fact, it's a robot with a couple of injectors. They are not big pieces of machinery, so you do not need too much space. You need to go slow so that the machine can read the field. So there could be tens of robots that go 10 miles per hour injecting seeds. If you do not need to have big machinery, there's no need to deforest, because you have to deforest to ease the way for machinery. So you can do agriculture without doing away with the native forest. For example, the savanna that has some agricultural potential, the cerrados, we wouldn't need to deforest those areas because these robots could inject seeds in a precise manner. Now, these robots would inject seeds of what we call ready-to-use seeds. Seeds that have a microorganism load, Bacillus, Pseudomonas, or slimy products that allow that seed to blossom easily, chemical molecules or biological molecules that protect them. And also at MIT, there was a lab that worked on the idea of nitrogen capture from the air in a physical manner, not through microorganisms. And one could also think, what would happen if those robots carry those mechanisms whereby they inject the nitrogen from the air, they sequester from the air, and that nitrogen that travels from Vaca Muerta goes through Bahía Blanca, and they travel by truck. Well, you can lower the expense of nitrogen. So then, if that would be the case, we would need to work on a different type of technological package. We would have to look for germoplasms that do not leak. We would go back to Norman Borlaug, convergence of green revolution, and we would have a group of people working on this new technology. Of course, what we'll generate is huge productivity. But we all know that the productivity leaps are small today, 2% per year, 1% per year. But this perhaps could bring about an important leap in productivity. You could think of even doubling productivity very quickly. Now, that is a sort of technological convergence, require things that sparkle ignite this spark, like the green revolution, those farmers in India that spark this fire, or like Aapresid that spark the flame of no-till here in Argentina. So we will see who would spark this flame of this disruptive technology, because we used to think of robotics as a replacement of humankind. But in this is a disruptive change in the mechanization process, because it's not the replacement of human being, but the replacement of machinery, tractors, etc. Not to mention the fact that all these things can be helpful to collect data from each square meter and digitalize and process this information through artificial intelligence, thus getting online results about the use of certain technologies in your old field, square meter by square meter. It's like having a researcher in your field working day and night. And other technologies, for example, the Uberization of transport, that is not to digitalize hub of drivers, but it means to digitalize the whole logistics process, the logistic of crops. And these convergences that I've spoken about that are related to processes, that is to say, the does not change. What changes is the process that makes the system, the farming system, more sustainable. We have to add innovation to products. Some things we have seen from artificial meat, the growing of algae, the photosynthesis in the sea. And we also need to see that this happens, geographically speaking, not only in the pampas or the valleys, it can also happen in the cities. Cities that become photosynthetic platforms. Not long ago, a friend, architect, sent me information about buildings that do photosynthesis with algae, with green mechanisms that envelop them. She used this in aesthetic terms. Buildings, or living buildings, so to speak, conceptually speaking. But these algae can become biofuels, or proteins, or oils. The roofs of houses and all those nearby shops. You can produce your food near the place you live in.
Tecnológicos.
These technological processes will probably be accelerated. Not too long ago, I visited the Weizmann Institute in Israel, and I had a very long conversation with one of the inventors of quantum computers. I don't dare talk about quantum computers because I understood nothing. They were really speaking in another language. But it seems that there will no longer be 3 dimensions. There will be 10. And the speed to analyze the different things will be 100 times more faster than what it is now. So there are obviously tools that come from technology and which will really generate leaps that are very, very disruptive. Technology in itself, however, requires mechanisms to disseminate it. So, because technology itself doesn't move. It moves when there's something that enables it and allows it to flow. And that mechanism is the organizations. That's why at Aapresid, we have always emphasized organizational innovation, because organizations such as companies, cooperatives, like Aapresid and many others that exist, generate the mechanisms for this to flow and to be disseminated as much as possible. And it is very important for this future of agriculture to include the future of organizations and also of institutions. Today I was talking about ready-to-use seeds with that technology, but it's very difficult for that to be disseminated if there's not a seed act or a law. Up to now, the fact of not having a seed law is an advantage for producers who do not pay and for the one who, manages to get some money out of it. But no one understands the importance of these laws as an actual disruption for the business. It's a law that would allow to distribute things more equally and to have more options. So if we do not think of the institutions, it is very difficult for these technological issues to prosper. Another important point is integration. How we integrate into the world and how we integrate internally as a society. As a society, we cannot move so quickly as to leave the rest behind, most of society, unfortunately, or at a pace that they cannot imagine. And the way of creating conflict is to not have information, is not being included, is not feeling part of the situation. Having said all this, and to conclude, the main point and the purpose of this technological, organizational, and institutional development, and from my point of view, because deep down I'm an engineer and I write down, schemes and structures, how could we think about the purpose of things? Amartya Sen works on the economy of happiness, won the Nobel Prize, because I think everybody's purpose is to be happy, each one at their own pace or in their own way. And to be happy, Amartya Sen used to say that people had to develop certain capacities. For example, the capacity to be free and autonomous. Freedom and autonomy made happiness possible. Being an entrepreneur, being employable, being healthy, acting in solidarity. And so one of the ways to understand whether we're going in the right direction is to do sort of checklist of all these initiatives and others as well, of public policies as well, and determining whether what I'm doing allows people to be free and autonomous and healthy. And if it allows them to act in solidarity. And if there's one of these boxes that are not ticked, being able to observe it and trying to correct it. I want to dedicate this talk to two dear friends, Victor Truco and Rogelio Fogantia. Thank you.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Gustavo, por esta charla, por hacernos reflexionar.
Thank you, Gustavo, for this talk. We have two speakers left this morning, so thank you to everyone who has participated today. Thank you for being here and for participating in this series of talks, Aaprender. It's the last day of Congress, and after these talks, we will have the closing ceremony in this hall. So if you can, please stay. I have an announcement. Those who won the Milanesas, they have to pick them up in Dardo Rocha 2208, 2208 in Martinez, or, you can have the address in those cards, so go pick them up. Let's present the next speaker. The next speaker is a farmer, an Aapresid pioneer, an agriculture engineer, and has a lot to tell us about his experience in no-till farming and this institution. I recently read an interview, and I read something that he said that I want to share with all of you, and which has a lot to do with what he will tell us now. Agriculture is at a crossroads once again, having to feed a growing population that will reach 10 billion without increasing the crop surface and respecting the environment. So this is a challenge for farmers, for consultants, and for those who work in this field. So Jorge Romagnoli, welcome. Welcome, Jorge. Every time I have to be on a stage, I get nervous. So if you think that my white hair and my age gives me some form of authority, then you're wrong. Only because I've had to participate in this movement that Gustavo was describing. Those who started by looking for a new way of doing agriculture. So much so that I would dare say that we were like anarchists of agriculture, because we wanted to do things in our own way and with our own means and just like we saw fit. And in different places, because it's not that we had like an institution that was organized, not at all. The truth is that everyone had their motivations. We started getting together, looking for a way to share the knowledge, sort of like a self-help method at the time. But what motivated us to have this anarchy, but to do different things? In my case, particularly, it was that we were seeing at the time a transformation of Argentine agriculture, which was undergoing a process of accelerated intensification, with soybean that started being grown in the 70s and 80s, which accelerated the tillage, the work. It doubled the crops. It displaced livestock, pastures, as a means to recover the fertility of the soils. And in that sense, I'd like to clarify, we're here at the Sociedad Rural, so we must recognize that for many years, the Argentine Pampa maintained fertility levels as a consequence of alternating livestock and agriculture. The 4x4, 4 years of pastures, 4 years of agriculture and tillage. That was a balanced way to maintain the fertility of the soils and being able to extract the nutrients and leverage the productive potential of our pampas without using fertilizers and provide the world with food. We became famous for being the breadbasket of the world. Throughout this process, which motivated us to do things differently in agriculture, what we saw was that through intensification of agriculture and tillage, there was no future. Not because we discovered that there was no future, because we had seen these examples everywhere in the world, examples that still exist, which showed how soils are destroyed as a consequence not of soy, but of tillage. And this has to be made very clear. It's not the messenger who is guilty. As many times has been depicted when we intended to send an anti-soy message. So being aware of this approach, where tillage was intensifying agriculture, and it was indispensable in that scenario to try something different. At the end of the 70s, this started 50 years ago, for example, in 1970 with some meetings and some experiences, test parcels and experimental stations, and some places with some crops in different places. In that way, we strengthened, for 15 or 20 years, we strengthened the knowledge that led us, together with Victor Truco, as Gustavo just said, it helped us come together and become more methodological. We are 50 years from founding this institution, 1989. And so the question that one may ask is, when the Aapresid Congress started, that same day on the radio I heard, as a piece of news, that a group of technical experts that had participated in the morning panels of Wednesday were worried about the increase in tillage and the drop in service crops, cover crops or service crops. For me, this is no news because I go around the countryside and I see this. But it was important to know that this was in the news. And if it was in the news, it means that we're taking note of what is happening and we're considering it a problem. And this is where I ask the question. We have been recognized, we continue to be recognized by Aapresid as innovators in no-till farming because of the expansion that this way of doing agriculture had in Argentina, the speed and the high percentage of adoption we saw in the world with a positive and favorable adoption of this technology. So the question is, will we become innovators in going back to old techniques, going back to our starting point 40 or 50 years ago? We are not able to maintain this when we've found and we've tried and we've proven that this is useful. This, I say as a farmer, but when I heard the last presentations, I ask this also as an Argentinian, as a member of this homeland. We know that we're doing things right. Why can't we maintain this? This really hurts. It's very painful for me. And so it is there where I think we should ask ourselves these basic questions. And I have huge faith in this because I see that there are more and more young people joining us in this cause. And that is actually the guiding light and the future that we have. It is in the strength of youth. Although we may complain that they pay no attention, that they don't follow the principles, or that they don't agree with what we are doing, but that's a good thing. We've screwed up several times, so it's good that they think differently. In my case, I've had the fortune of having the support and the recognition of the efforts that we've made, and especially in the training of our professionals who have been students of someone that I will name and that you probably know, who is our great master, Jorge Molina, who taught us what the essential concepts are for soil preservation and productivity based on the reestablishment of the life of the soil and maintaining the soil covered with cover crops. And Gustavo was mentioning how photosynthesis acts in all the actions that we do. We can say that we are living because the sun exists. The sun as an endless source of energy, an abundant source of energy, so that the surface of the earth, but also in the seas, in plankton, so that they can transform that into chemical energy that will return all of that, and that the energy of fuels, and in the health of the soil and the soil where we all live. Because in a healthy soil, there is a healthy life. And the health of the soils, for it to be maintained and for it to grow, we have to feed it. And how? By maintaining everything covered with service crops. And doing tillage, we cannot achieve this. And I want to be very clear on this, but I do not want to be rigid. If for some reason And we've all had to do some tillage at some point, some mechanical action to overcome some obstacle or some challenge. We've had to occasionally. Sometimes it has to be done and it will be done. But that's not the way forward. That's not the way to continue. That is not the way in which we will have a healthier soil, because we will destroy it. And we do not need more tests for that. It has been proven throughout humanity. Why did we destroy civilizations? And why did we destroy this in the old world? Because soils lost their capacity of production, and therefore they lost the ability to offer food. And so when there is a dead soil, there can be no life on it, and civilization disappears. Fortunately, Aapresid, as you can see in this new scenario here in Buenos Aires and in the main congresses in Villa Giardino, for example, practically 30 years ago, or more even. It grew, it opened up to the world, and we constantly received visits from researchers, from producers, from farmers, politicians even, from different parts of the world, and of course, from the country as well. And that fills us with pride. And that is why I accepted when it was proposed to me. They told me, you are one of the founders, so you have the authority to narrate these things. But actually, I just have the experience. You try to get to that point by doing the work that you need to do. I come from a small town, 8,000 people. I was born there, and I remained there. I worked there, and I tried to connect, as the motto of this Congress expresses, connect to everything. And in this sharing of the knowledge, it's the way in which we all grow.
Knowledge is the input that the more you share it, the more it grows. And he was right. In remembrance of them all, and in the satisfaction I take from being here, and having been in those years surrounded by many farmers who taught me, who pushed me forward, and who helped me out when I was not doing things right, is that I feel a great source of pride to belong here. And this is what anchors me and what my starting point, and to stimulate the youth to continue going along this path, because it's worthwhile, because this is a prosperous, dignified country with people that have the capacity to feel empowered to find their own path, find their own results, and be happy, healthy, as many of the previous speakers mentioned. And I think this is what matters, that may all be able to contribute with their own knowledge and our own empowerment to lead the farming sector and Argentina to a better place.
Bueno.
We've come almost to the end. Thank you, Jorge, first and foremost, for your talk. It's always a pleasure to have Aapresid pioneers accompanying us every step of the way. He left us thinking no doubt. Well, now the last speaker. Let's get moving. The person we're about to introduce now is a professional pilot, Dakar champion twice, and is one of the most streamed sports in the world. Can you tell us a little bit more about Kevin? Well, it's one of the most extreme disciplines in the world. I had the pleasure, my dad took me in a trip around Argentina, and we saw the Dakar race, and we saw the cars, the motorcycles. We saw how they face extreme temperatures with their flammable suits. People shared water and food, and it was very passionate, and the way they live it is very intense. It's not a sport, it's a test of character. We are lucky enough to be in the presence of one of the biggest of this discipline. You might know that he had an accident in May this year, so he's a pilot, but also synonymous to perseverance. So without further ado, let's welcome Kevin Benavides.
Muchas gracias.
Kevin, permitinos.
Allow us to add something else. There's somebody who is giving a talk in Fleni, a rehabilitation clinic in Buenos Aires, and he has you as a leader of perseverance. And let's send a big greeting to Jorge Bruni in Fleni. So I'm saying hello to everyone with my hand in this position. For starters, I started riding bikes since I was 13. I have a lot of relationship with the land, with the soil, and their properties as well. No, since I was 3, I'm sorry. That bike was given to me by Santa, and I've never stepped off the bike up until now when I had this fall. I started my career as a professional enduro driver, motor driver, and I started competing from Salta to abroad, regional championships, Argentine championships, Latin American, world championships. And it came a time where I, luckily, thanks to all the effort, I got most of the titles I got to receive until I got the opportunity to participate at Dakar race. I saw that as something that was far out of reach, but that could be achievable someday. But I never thought I could take it as a discipline. I'm talking about 10 years ago, until in 2015 they left a motorbike in my garage for me to do a test drive. And it was then when I tested a rally motorbike that I felt a completely different connection to the enduro motorbikes I used to drive. And I knew at that time that it was something meant for me. Dakar, for those of you who do not know, is a race that lasts 15 days. Is one of the most dangerous races in the world, where you not only because you drive past very complicated areas, but because of something key, that we do not know the paths. It's not like any other race discipline where in most cases there's a circuit and they go around the same track. At Dakar, the big difference is that we follow a road book, and that's the map that shows the way we have to take and that we have to take to get to the next stop. I'm showing here what a road book is. This, what you see here, is what we receive 15 minutes before we drive. We have no other information. We receive this road book. It's in this pack, in this roll. And we put it inside the a device, and we can see 3 to 4 rows at a time, and it starts rolling. We press a button and the roll starts rolling, and all this information, I'm not going to delve into this because it's complicated to explain, but all of this is for you to see what we carry to conduct our activity. It's just a guide through this road book. Of course, we develop intuition on the one hand. We know how to orientation. We have to reason it and to reason all this information. And we do this at a very high speed, running big risks, complicated areas. There's a lot of movement, so sometimes to focus and read information on the screen is hard. And every time we look down, it's also an additional risk because we're not seeing the road. But it's part of what makes a Dakar the most dangerous race in the world, because we do not know the road or the path, and on top of it we see it on a road book that we see it right there and then. That is what gives this mysterious quality, what makes it totally different from the rest of the activities we perform. That's what I love. It's to go in, to drive into the desert and have that connection between me, my motorbike, and the road. A phrase that I work with my psychologist, to be immersed in that immensity of the desert and just be present there and then. For you to understand, because many people think that GPS lead the way, or there are people who show us the way. In the desert, there's nobody. We are completely alone, and the information is there in that piece of paper I've just shown you. So it's a very pleasant feeling, but at the same time, you coexist with great loneliness at the same time. Because when everything is going well, wonderful. But when things do not go that well, or you get lost and you start going in circles and you find yourself that you're completely alone, it's hard. The good thing is that you always need to work things out by thinking about them. If you get lost, understand where you were coming from, go back to the place you were on the right track, and then go back and then move on. So Dakar is what sparkled this passion in me. But what I love the most is the sensation I had with the rally motorbike then. So I delved deeply into it in 2015. I ran a couple of races until I got to Dakar 2016. That was still in Argentina. Dakar was in Argentina from 2009 until 2019. I had the opportunity of doing the Dakar, running Dakar in 2016 in Argentina with Argentine fans and supporters, and everything that it means to me. And my first objective was to finish the race, not to be in a specific position. To be among the top 20s was a dream for me. But the first Dakar, in the third stage, I won the first part. I was the first Argentine to win one part of the race, and to me it was unimaginable. It was quite surprising. And I finished that Dakar in the 4th position, and this opened doors for the Honda world, and I became a proto factory pilot. After some other attempts, I got another victory where I lost a lot of time in one of the races, but I did not give up, because I'm very perseverant, and I knew I could make it, because in that contact I had the first time, I knew from day one I knew I could make things work. So I kept on trying until in 2021, Dakar 2021, I got my first Dakar. I'm the first Latin American pilot to win a Dakar race. In 2021. It was an amazing feeling. I remember I was driving along the last meters, and there's a lot of emotions that rush into your head, especially you start remembering all the different parts of your life that went by to get to that point. It was one of the happiest moments of my life. But things move on, and as a consequence of being somebody who likes new challenges, I decided to change team. I went to the Red Bull team, and my aim was to be able to win again, of course, and to get the to be the only pilot to win the Dakar with two different teams. And in the year 2023, I got that objective. I was the Latin American pilot, the only Latin American pilot to achieve this twice. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Fue una sensación increíble.
It was an amazing feeling, and has this different flavor because I did it with a different team. I left my comfort zone, that was Honda, where I spent 5 years, and I embarked in the KTM family, new people. It was a risk, of course, to change teams. But once I got it, it was a big satisfaction, a very special satisfaction. But, well, many times you are on top, and all of a sudden you hit bottom, and that's what I learned in 2023. 2 months after winning my second Dakar race, I broke my femur. So I went from the top to the bottom. It was a complicated year, 2023. I did not only broke my femur, luckily my rehabilitation, I try always to be the first, try to recover first. So 2 months after I broke my femur, I was already racing again because I put a lot of determination into it. But in July, I broke my right hand. However, I continued, I recovered, and while I was preparing the new Dakar in December the 2nd, without falling off my bike, just twisting or turning the bike, I broke my leg. So they had to, I had to undergo surgery, an urgent surgery. I wanted to just return, but I finished off 4th. However, I won 2 parts of the race, defending my title of 2013. But all these adversities or obstacles are something to overcome as because giving up is easy. What's difficult is to go back stronger, to get back on your feet. And each of the problems I had helped me come back stronger. Unfortunately, once again, now I fell.
Con la mano, pero
and my hand is broken, but I'm not going to be broken. My spirit will not get broken, and I hope I can be on top of my bike as soon as possible because it gives me pleasure. It makes me happy, and I do what I love. So I think this is the secret, to do always what you love, and things get easier when you do what you love.
Como salteño,
as a person from Salta, I used to look at the magazines and the pilots that appear on the magazine, and I dreamt of appearing in one of those magazines someday. But as a person from Salta, I think that the merit of having achieved the titles I got are more difficult because this sports is more focused on European pilots. So thinking that was going to compete against European pilots coming from Salta was something impossible to imagine when I was little. But I persisted, and I could get out of Salta, and I could lead the way and fighting for my own dream. And today, even if the situation is peculiar, what pushes me forward is making history also, because what Dakar conveyed to me is effort, the constant determination. Reaching the Dakar race is very difficult. Anyone can enroll in this race. It's not that easy, but to be able to compete in this high level is very complicated, and you have to fight with yourself, and it's a constant taking of decisions with the road book. But every note on the road book is a decision you have to make. So as in life, every time you have to make a decision along the way. Each time you have to make a decision. And this teaches you a lot, because many times decisions can be right or wrong. But the important thing, as in Dakar, that many times it happens, is that you might get lost, but you have to find the way out. And while looking your way out, you have to trust your intuition and know that you have to move forward some way or another with the constant challenge of trying to improve constantly. That's why I thank you deeply for the possibility of being a pilot. It's a culture that has not only taught me how to ride a bike, but it's a lifestyle that is part of me since I'm little. So my biggest dream is to continue and giving the best of me. Of course, we have a question of age, and there will come a time when I'll have to take the decision to step off the bike, and perhaps, we'll see, we might get on a four-wheel device. But the most important thing is always to follow your dreams, whatever they are. I would like to give you a phrase to close my talk. I have worked with my psychologist with this phrase that says, each one is capable of accepting the truth they are capable of achieving. Being a champion is a truth that is within. And that truth has to be sought through action, activated. And there you will go follow your own objectives, and you do it through your own actions.
Por lo cual creo que lo importante.
That's why it's so important to always be in action and move forward. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. Very well. Thank you, Kevin. I would like to thank everyone on behalf of Aapresid. Thank you, Kevin, and the entire team. Kevin is doing a very tiring rehabilitation. He took the time for the logistics and to be here and taking on the commitment and accepting our invitation. So thank you very much. Thank you on behalf of Aapresid for the huge effort he made to be here in our Congress. So, big round of applause for him. So to close this space, I would like to invite all the speakers who have spoken today. We would like to invite them all to thank them, to give a final round of applause so that, and not just the speakers, but the team, because these talks would not have been possible without the help of an entire team who organized all these talks and all of the speakers who spoke today. So we would like to invite the speakers, the partners, the godfathers and godmothers of all these talks, if you want to take a final photo and close this series of Aaprender talks. We would like to thank everyone who participated in these talks, everybody who was with us and who joined us and who participated in the talks. We really hope that these conversations reached you, touched you, and I hope that you can take some kind of insight from each of the talks. Thank you very much to everyone. Let's take a family photo. Thank you all.
No, muchas gracias. Gracias.
Thank you. And if you want to stay, just in a few minutes, we will start the closing ceremony for Aapresid. So do stay in the room so that we can start the closing ceremony. Thank you.
Sí, pero a él como... Los vamos invitando, por favor, a ir tomando asiento, así comenzamos este acto de cierre. Vamos ingresando a la sala.
If you can please take your seats so that we can begin with the closing ceremony.
Muy bien.
This is a very special moment. We have had 3 very, very full days in this Aapresid Congress, 32nd edition, and this is the Nueva Amarok edition with the strength of Expo Agro, and under the motto, everything is connected. This work has taken a really long time, and it's been many years in the making, and it has been confirmed in these 3 days of Aapresid. But we know that there are many technical experts, farmers, the press, who probably will be thanking everyone, and they will be included in the acknowledgements. Let us receive Marcelo Torres, President of Aapresid. Martín Schwarzman, also big applause for him. He's the CEO of Exponenciar. And silence for her, because when she went up the stairs, she sighed. She sighed a sigh of satisfaction, of course. Big applause for Paola Díaz, Director of Prospectiva Aapresid. Marcelo, take it away. In the closing ceremony, there's not a lot of protocol, different from the opening ceremony, if you're not used to this. We made it, and that's no small feat. For me, this place has a very special mystique, because when I lived nearby and I went to school in the afternoon, I remember that we finished school at 6 p.m. and I took the bus. I came to La Rural, to the rural exhibit, and I just spent 1 hour. But then they closed, and they, you know, I like to look at the bulls, at the cows. So I remember walking today. I was walking there today, and I remembered being a kid and coming here. And it's really amazing. There are certain things that are part of our subconscious and that make you do things. And I insisted quite a bit to do it here, maybe because of my roots. So I'm very happy that we were able to do this. Nico, thank you also for being with us, for joining us. We were talking about the importance to enhance the livestock side of things, this being Aapresid, but anyway. Alberto Marina, Nicolás, all my close friends who are here, Jorgito Gambale, my children who are there. In the opening act, I had part of my family, but now in the closing ceremony, I have Lloyd Day, the Deputy Director General of ICA. Lloyd, I'm very glad that you're here. And there are many things that I haven't mentioned. Christian, who helped us connect. And remind me if I haven't mentioned someone in particular. They all helped us connect a little bit from the optic of food, of where the food comes from. And we transferred to the Aapresid Congress, and that was a very good idea, actually. And El Chino wanted to persuade me to not to do this. And we're here. We made it. This was an extremely special Congress, really astonishing. A lot of work, definitely hard work with the Commission. People didn't want to leave Rosario, but today they told me that they had had a really good Congress and that this had reached a level, and there were several questions. Again, we're so happy with the amount of people that have supported us. Companies were supporting us, and their contribution is priceless. But we already had that because that went very well always. The setup, Exponenciar, had a key role. Yes, of course, we trusted them enormously, but I've been here since Monday, and I saw how they put everything together, and it was really, really impressive. And it looks great. But the people were missing, you know. This is the real blood, yes, and the what brings the Congress to life. So if the room hadn't been full and if things hadn't flown as good as they did, then it wouldn't have been such a good Congress. It's difficult for people to come. It's difficult sometimes because it's more than just showing good content. And I think we exceeded all expectations. We will see the numbers of the people who went through the Congress. I enjoyed it a lot. I also apologize because I just said hi 5 minutes and left for another meeting. And there's a lot of valuable people that I would have liked to talk more to, but we couldn't. Not much more than just saying hi and giving them a hug. Turco, you've accompanied me throughout this Congress, and so many more people that probably forgetting. All the people from Clarín, from Nación, from Exponenciar. Thank you so much for trusting us and for having such a prestigious brand. You supported us, supported agriculture, and now it may seem easy, but there was a lot of work. I'm very grateful for supporting us, and I will give the floor to Paola. I don't know how this ceremony continues, if there's a video or not. Chino, first you go. We are joined by Senator Maximiliano Abad for the province of Buenos Aires. Thank you, Maxi, for joining us. And we want to say to Aapresid members and for participants of the Congress, we are honored for having participated in a really different way and really putting our grain of salt there and being able to be on the side. We used to go to the Aapresid Congress, and it was a small venue when it started, and now it's become such a big thing, and it's an honor for us. And since it's sort of trendy to talk about the economy, in this Congress, and talking about a member of Aapresid, it's really so astonishing what good economists you are, because all of the agricultural producers in Argentina are excellent economists because they efficiently and sustainably manage economy of water, the economy of organic matter, the economy of the soil. And as opposed to economists who are so used to knowing and predicting and seeing numbers that never go anywhere, what happens here is that you are the true makers of this change. You go from 60 tons to 150. And what we've seen in this Congress and what we will see in next year's Congress, you will probably be responsible for Argentina going from a few tons to 200 million tons and doing this exponential leap forward. So you are the true economists, and you care for us, and you care for the environment, and care for production. Thank you very much for allowing us to participate. A couple of things that I forgot to mention. I'm an agriculture engineer. I graduated in Buenos Aires. I did my postgraduate studies in Balcarce, and all my life I've worked with grain storage. And this is what Aapresid does. Yes, they bring together the people who grow, the people who store, and we work together. For many years, we handled that. We cared for that because we worked together. And so the example of the networks that exist in Argentina and that connect one to the other, we know people who start just by providing advisory services, but then they start growing with the person they used to advise. And this happened to many families. You know, they started small, and then they looked for work outside the family. And that's when I started to work in storage, and then I promoted these rural changes. And when I started, this was the scenario. But we have Leo Duning here. He's the general manager of Siles Tolvas. And I thank him especially because he is tied to Aapresid and is fully committed, and also a friend of the family. Leo, thank you for the generosity and for allowing me to be here and with the partners. I really owe them so much. And Leo Kojuva, it's very interesting, and we've worked together so much, and he's a collaborator in the company. He collaborates with the financial sector. He advises us in that sense, so thank him. Thank you. Paola? I may be a little bit more selfish, but I do thank the companies and the participants. But I will take the time to thank Aapresid. 3 years ago, Nicolas Bronzovich called me from Africa and said, Pilu Giraudo suggested that I should be his deputy director. And I said, are you sure you don't know me? But the rest is history, and I would like to thank Pilu and Nico because I'm seeing so many partners from the Congress, from the Board of Directors, regional partners, and one cannot reach this alone. As an institution, we represent a part of the institution, but the alma mater are the partners. I see them on the first row, the staff. And so I want to focus my gratefulness on them because of the trust and support. It was not easy to get here. And finally, Martín, my husband, is always in hiding, and he really puts up with everything. Don't relax too much because I have one more to go. Thank you, everyone. I think I didn't name you, Juan Cruz and Pilu, President and Vice President of INTA. Both of them are friends. Pilu was president of Aapresid, and it's such a pleasure to have her at INTA. Juan Cruz was in Córdoba when we did with the province two events. And these things, well, we started dealing with different problems together in Córdoba and the Southwest, etc. Anyway, do we go with the video? This is the mastermind. And I would like to invite Tomás Coyo as well.
Vení, Tommy. Tommy Coyo también, por favor.
Gracias,
Ellos dos en representación del increíble. Y yo me olvidé.
I don't know if anyone else. Karen Melior, because she's the co-director. It's a joint work. So first, I would like to thank all of you for trusting us, for being here once again. This Congress is becoming bigger and bigger, and it is a true source of pride to have your presence here. And we do this with a lot of love, a lot of passion, and we really wanted to show what we wanted to show, and we did. So we're going to share some numbers of this edition where we had more than 12,000 attendees. These 12,000 attendees could not be here without the help of more than 150 speakers that we had. Really unbelievable. Thank you. And also, thank you to all the speakers. We had 450 speakers who came from all over the world to share their knowledge and share their know-how. The know-how that Aapresid tries to disseminate every year. So thank you to the 450 speakers that we had and who made up 160 talks that took place simultaneously over 2.5 days in 6 halls. Some of them really were sold out, completely full. So thank you. Now we will show the closing video, institutional video, and then we will continue.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you to the executive committee because this is the small group of people who is working on more operative issues. Caro, who is Caro Weiler, Hernan, and thank you to the board of Aapresid, the Congress staff. Every day, 7:30, they are here, and they contribute with a lot of ideas, and they help us rethink the structure. And we had a group called Perspective that should be devoted to the future of farming, but the Congress ends up making the most of them or seizing all their talent. We are going to invite the people on stage later on for a family photo. Thank you very much to the team, prospective team, as you mentioned. For us, it is very important to acknowledge Rodrigo first and foremost, who puts up with us, which is no small task. So a big round of applause to Rodrigo. The rest of the team, Antonella, Delfina, Flor, Sofia, all women. So Rodrigo, I'm sure he's happy because they help him a lot. She brought alfajores from Pihué. I brought alfajores from Valcarce. We are competing, and we'll see who wins. This is the staff that works day in, day out to carry out the technical content, and of course the staff team that is much larger. Rodrigo, take it away. Thank you. Thank you to the prospective team and Tomas, who are the big support. They give a lot of support. And we're going to invite the Congress team, because we do this with a team of partners. And we get together every week to plan the next Congress as of next week. So we have they have a strong commitment, and we rely on them a lot. That's why we want to invite the people from the Congress. Cristian Kleine, Martín Darites, Omar Perogi, Ezequiel, Juan Carlos Sardori, and our collaborators, Andrés Arich, Martín Reinaldo, Ramón García. We want to give a special thank you to them. The honorary manager, another nice example of circularity. He was also a manager of Prospectiva, and now he's an external collaborator. And I want to thank all the Congress members, the Congress team that puts on the jersey of this team to convey inspiration. The inspiration got to me. I got a picture. I took a picture with Pilu, and I got inspired because they want to move forward and show everything we have to show. So thank you all. And now I would invite the Exponenciar team. Will this hold us? Will this stage hold us? Here is the Exponenciar team, part of the team.
Pico y pala todo el Congreso.
A hard-working team. Marcelo, if you allow me, I'm going to thank also the people from the TV show Levantando la Perdiz, who have been broadcasting, and the 8 colleagues that have been also reporting from the different halls. That's the whole team that is huge. And we also invite the people from the board of Aapresid. Please come on stage and let's share this moment together. Martin Marino, the director of the regional program, Omar Oesterheld, Vice President of Aapresid, Maria Augusta from Communication, the staff. Come on stage. It can hold us. Marcelo Arriola. The liaison department. Lucia Munoz, Karen, the executive secretary who took care of me throughout the Congress, the people from communication, marketing, very many. I cannot name them all. Thank you very much for being here. I think there's nobody else to call. Rafa also from Tandil. I think this is it. Nico, come on stage. National Director of Agriculture, friend, and Secretary of Aapresid, Pilu. Come on stage. Who's missing?
Romagnoli, subiste. Pedro, subí. Subí, Pedro, Jorge Romagnoli. ¿Qué?
¿Te podés agachar?
Ya está, no sé qué más inventar.
No, cerremos.
Bueno.
Well, this is the future of Aapresid. Jorge Romagnoli, pioneer. Telmo. Is anybody missing? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Gracias totales.
El año que viene.
See you next year. Thank you.
Capo.